Good morning, everyone. So today is the Larian Studios Developer AMA over on Reddit. And I figured I would go live and we would check it out as the questions come in, kind of talk about a few things, and I'll take notes for today's video that I'll do summarizing everything if you don't want to stick around for the whole Reddit thing. I'm not sure how long it's going to last. Let me just pull up my Google Docs here. Go to a reader. All right. Let me turn on my stream lights and start up over on Twitch, and then we'll go check Reddit out. All right, there we are, folks. Oh. Come on, Bobby, hit me up for the next one. Let's go. Let's go. I'm the best you got. Okay. Got my morning coffee ready to go. We're gonna see if questions are being answered. Sorry, y'all, I just woke up 20 minutes ago. I do want to just share with you guys something real quick. So, apparently I'm banned on Reddit. I couldn't even tell you why. It has to be a mistake. I've never done anything controversial on Reddit before. So I think I have to create a new Reddit account if I want to be able to ask a question myself. Not that they'll know who I am, unless I do like a Wolfheart name, but over on Twitter, the good old X. Beautiful place for mental health these days. I definitely encourage spending 4 to 5 hours a day on X, reading everything you possibly can. Do 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 do. All right, so the Baldur's Gate 3 theme song. I still don't understand what this means, but I'm gonna let you guys see it real fast. So, yesterday I retweeted Larian Studios. I retweeted their AMA, just basically saying this should be good. We got a ton of info on BG3 last time, which we did. We got classes, races, information on the story, all sorts of good stuff. So this should be actually a good Reddit AMA. On my tweet, Sven Vinka, the owner of Larian, commented, "If you can figure out my header, Wolfheart, I'll let you ask one special question." So this is his header right here. I'm the last person to ask to try to figure this out. So anyways, a bunch of people took this thinking that it's a spectrogram. They brought it into like an audio program. They came back with a bunch of noise, like noise everywhere. So in my head, I'm like, okay, chaotic noise. Maybe this is the Lord of Chaos. The next Divinity game, the plot centers around the Lord of Chaos, the creator of demons, the one who resides in hell, Tartarus. To which I was declined. First guess, this image represents the Lord of Chaos, to which Larian Studios would then call me a punk, which is 1 full point off of my Divinity review when it comes out, just so you guys know. And it does not represent the Lord of Chaos. That doesn't mean it's not possible, but it does not represent it. All right, so then this morning, 4 hours ago, see if I can figure it out. We get another post from Sven. Where the hell is it? It's here somewhere. Let's go to his profile. Go to replies. I posted the biggest hint possible, but fine. Here's another one. Think out of the box. When he says think out of the box, the first thing I thought of was the God box from Divinity. I don't think that's right, but I'm like, okay, something's out of the box. Original Sin 1. The Void Dragon's back. I think that's a stupid guess, though. But we also had people on my Discord server take that spectrogram, and apparently the files line up with... let me open up my Discord server. Apparently the files line up with Larian's old logo. And the little jingle from their old logo. But I don't know why that would be a big deal, or why Larian... Actually, so we have Mayun here is the one that deciphered this. So let's check this out. Apparently the files... Apparently the files line up to exactly be this. This sound. La 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 yan. But I don't know why that would be a big deal and why you would hide that behind like some cryptic message. So if that's actually the case, like what does that mean? Like what's the point of what does that signify is the question here, because the old logo, I don't know what the hell that would mean, or the old jingle for the logo. That's not a big cryptic message, like exciting thing to try to find out. So I don't know, maybe they'll talk about this on the Reddit AMA. I've had a few other people guess things that, to me, I don't know, they just don't really make sense as like big things that you would guess. Like some people heard the audio and it sounded like waves, so therefore they're saying the next Divinity game is going to start on a beach, and it's like every Divinity game starts on the beach. It's not really like a big secret or something like that, so I'm not exactly sure what. But let's go ahead and check out Reddit now. Let me get some fantasy music running here on Epidemic Sound real fast. Some light music, and we'll see if we've missed anything. Do 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 do. I'll take a look at the chat too. I haven't even looked at the chat yet. I haven't even seen one name in the chat. Fantasy Medieval. I'm a chatless streamer. What are you supposed to look here? This is what you're going to stare at for the entire 2 hours that I'm live for this Reddit AMA. And I'm not even going to talk. Yeah, so a lot of people, and myself included, have messed with the brightness and everything. We can't find any letters or anything. People have literally taken this and like thrown it into like all sorts of programs to try to decipher it. Programs that are smarter than us. And it cannot come back with anything really at all. So I don't know what's going on here. I feel like the answer is just super simple, and where everybody's just been overthinking it. But yeah. All right, let's see. Let's get rid of this. Let's check out the Reddit AMA. We'll minimize that. I'll bring up my chats. I got my Google Docs ready. Where are you guys? Hello. We're gonna add that to my bar here. I'll actually put it right here. Good morning to everyone. It's currently 8:16 in the morning for me. Good morning, Twitch chat. Oh, I'm not live on Twitch. Sorry about that, Twitch. Okay, so anyone's tuning in, the Larian AMA has started over on Reddit, and I'm just live checking out the responses. We're going to talk about stuff. I'm mainly doing this because I need to take notes for a video that's going to come out later today. So if you want to sit here and listen to me yap and listen to these breaks in time and stuff, I'm not a very entertaining streamer. Then just look out for the video in a couple hours, probably like around noon today or something. I'll put together a full production video. What's up, Nick? Okay, here we go. Let's see what we got. Let me see if I can turn this music down a little bit. Hold on one second. It's a little bit too loud. I also don't have a great streaming setup for doing multiple things at once. So, yeah. So, it might be frustrating to watch me, but welcome to WolfheartFPS stream. Deal with it. You know what I could play? We could play like some light Skyrim music or something. That might actually be less distracting. Let me see if we have Elder Scrolls Skyrim soundtrack. And that would be copyright free too, I believe. Hopefully, I guess we'll find out, right? God, dude, I'm telling you, Bobby's got to hit me up. Like, it's just something natural about me doing these dark choir hymns. Dotan, Dovakin, Nolakzan Viklakin. Alright, so here we go. I don't really know how to navigate Reddit either, so we're going to find out. Let me just refresh here. Let's go to the first question. See if Larian has started responding. All right, hello, happy new year. To kick off 2026, we would like to offer the opportunity to ask your questions about Divinity Larian and our development process. It's been a while since Larian has done an AMA, so everyone is looking forward to it. There's a bunch of us ready to answer your questions. So we have Sven, the game director, the owner of Larian Studios, Adam, the writing director, Kevin is the senior writing director, Greg, the head of animation, Gabriel, the machine learning director. That's the big controversial topic right there. Michael is Cromwell, very FK on Twitter, Larian's director of publishing. We have Nick, the head of design. He is an absolute badass. He's a smart dude. Elena, character art director. Gerald, concept art director. Artem, head of gameplay. And Bert, technical director. Does anybody have any tips on how... Okay, hold on. Here we go. So we just have to look for names answered. Let's go to that. Nope. Nobody's response has been Okay, let's go back to all. Controversial is one of the things. So do you guys know if the best way for me to go... I'm not a Redditor, believe it or not. Do you guys know if just the best way for me to do this is just keep refreshing and like looking at the responses, or is there a better way to do this? But anyways, we have a Larian response. Oh, we have a Nick response right here too. So let's see. Hold on. Blender, nothing. All right, let's start off with this question right here. You'll see the responses. Just check the responses. Okay. All right. Question number 1. Is that music too loud? Or are we good? Will the looting system be random and level dependent, like most items in DOS 1 and 2, or will there be more handcrafted items like in BG3? The BG3 approach of handcrafting every magic item worked well, and it's something we've always wanted to do for Original Sin 2. Something we realized when working on randomized loot for Original Sin 1 and 2 is that fully random loot is frequently confusing, so we added more and more rules and pre-made patterns to make it feel more intentional. In the end, randomization did not save us much time. I like that. I like the mix between randomized loot and then like special magical items that are in set places. I think it worked well in Baldur's Gate 3. I like when all of us players can rally behind like finding one piece in one area and it doesn't always switch around, but at the same time you have like certain types of loot that can be randomized, so you don't know what you're getting on a second playthrough for some of it, but like the big items typically tend to be set. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna just take this. Trying to think of the best way for me to gather these questions here. You guys are watching me work right now, okay? So I apologize. I don't know how to do this on stream and be entertaining. How should I gather these questions? Should we do screenshots? All right, this is what I'm gonna do. So let's go ahead and Control S, and I'm gonna go like this. And then I'm gonna go to Paint. And we're gonna paste. Save as. I'm gonna do a JPEG. I'll bring you guys into my files here. Don't go in that folder right there. You might see some lizard shit. Okay, let's go to, I have a Divinity folder here. We're gonna make a new folder called Reddit AMA. All right, so then we can just put it inside there and save. Beautiful. And I'll come back to that and we'll just go through them at the end. All right. I guess I don't even need to take notes right now. Good morning, Sesame. Good morning, Dreg. What's up, Enzaville? Great to see you. Okay, here we go. On to the next one. What are the main lessons you've taken from developing and launching Baldur's Gate 3 that you'll apply to Divinity? Artem, which is Larian's head of gameplay, says there are a lot of lessons, and a single post is not enough to cover them all, so here are a few. Short and direct communication is a must for quick decision-making and iteration. Avoid middlemen in any process, and try to bring people working together on the feature as close as possible to each other. Automated testing and unit tests is lifeline to keep such a big project alive and going. This is one of the big reasons why Larian stands out, especially when compared to like some of the, you know, gigantic publishers that run their own studios and stuff, where if you're at Activision or BioWare or Blizzard or having a brain fart, any of the Ubisoft companies, like when they want to do something, if they want to do anything, pretty much anything, you have to go through like a huge chain of command of people. You ask one person for that person to ask another person, for that person to ask another person. It's 2 weeks later that gets denied because the person at top doesn't actually understand it. Larian's very good at growing a large company, but making sure to keep it small teams and small studios at each of the 7 or 8 studios that they have. So everything I've seen, because I've met a lot of them too and been to their studio, they do seem like they're really centered around that small team energy. So a new person, an intern, somebody lower on the totem pole can come in and instantly is talking to, you know, the head of that studio on the daily. All right, so that's a good one. Let's go ahead and, I mean, it's not that exciting of a one, but I guess we'll add it to the folder. Wonder if I should label these. Yeah, we'll label that too. Okay, up next, let's see. Will there be co-op planned for release? If so, can you say how many players? Yes, co-op will be available for release. The amount of players playing together will be depending on the final party size. But since modding is planned for this project as well, players will be essentially free to extend this. There's no hard limit to the amount of co-op players. So I'm assuming the party size is going to be 4. I don't see any reason why Larian would... I don't see any reason why Larian would stray from that party number. I think it's enough to satisfy party-based... what's up, Don? I think it's enough to... thank you for 63 months, by the way. I think it's enough to satisfy CRPG players, even though a lot of them do want 5 or 6. A lot of them can settle for 4, while also not being too much for, you know, a new player coming into the genre. And we have a lot of new players that came into Baldur's Gate 3 because it's too overwhelming to handle a party of 6. Not to mention a party 4 is just easier to balance as a game as a whole. God, I love Skyrim music. So now we know that co-op's going to be there for release, something we probably already could have guessed. And how many players is up to the party size limit, which I'm assuming is 4. And modding is confirmed to be something that Larian is going to care about. So I would expect mod support and all that stuff. But I mean, this stuff's all kind of a given with Larian, right? 6 is too many to manage. Yeah, like I don't mind 6 myself, but for generally speaking, I think 4 is probably the right move for a game. For a game like Baldur's Gate 3, where they're, or Divinity, where they're putting so much resources and they can't afford to have, you know, 15 out of the 25 million people that played Baldur's Gate 3 say they're not going to play Divinity because it's too overwhelming, you know? And it doesn't change it that much. It's fine. What's up, Anonymous? Hey, appreciate the 2. Hey, Reptilian. Thank you for 54 months. Shout out to all my longtime members. We knew it would have co-op. Glad to have it confirmed. Yeah, it's good to have this stuff confirmed, even though a lot of this is already a given. I wouldn't even have asked that question because I would have already... I'm like, I already in the back of my head, 99.9% sure know that Larian's going to go co-op. But it's good to confirm it and get that 0.1%, I guess, so... Okay, the WSD movement mod. We got a no to that one. God, I love that music. It's so good. The WSD movement mod was one of the most downloaded and beloved mods for Baldur's Gate 3. Will the new Divinity game include native keyboard movement controls like WSD right out of the box? No. Interesting. I wonder why. I wonder why Larian's so against WSD. They didn't provide any explanation. I don't see like a reason why. Do you guys know like why? What would be the reason to not do it? There's got to be more to it than us plebs are able to comprehend here, right? WSD movement sucks though. I mean, I don't want it, Nick, but a lot of people do request it. I wonder if it requires more than we think, or maybe Larian actually agrees with Nick and just thinks that it sucks. So we'll go ahead and add that down. Let's go to paint. Okay, save as. That'll be question number 4. Okay, no Larian response to this one. Is Divinity slated to run on Divinity Engine 5 or a clean slate? So for each game, we are bringing significant changes to our engine. Since Divinity Engine is fully our own creation, it makes it easier to alter it to serve a new game rather than write a new engine from scratch. So that's not really revealing anything. We already knew this, but I'm going to screenshot it anyways, just to remind me to look into the interview that Larian did about their engine, because they are basically on the Divinity engine on steroids now. Apparently it's been much improved. There's way more capabilities, way more innovations with the engine, and they're able to do way more, which is really exciting to think about with Baldur's Gate 3, or with Divinity. So is this not set to Q&A? What do you mean? Is that something I'm supposed to do? All right, on to the next one. Nothing by Larian for that one. Can you tell us about new mechanics? Here we go. He tells about new mechanics in Divinity that you are most proud of. So Nick from Larian, there was something that bothered me when I explored the starting areas of Original Sin 1, Original Sin 2, and BG3. It stares you right in the face if you think about it. In Divinity, I can finally do the thing I wanted to do in every previous game. Maybe that file was waves. No way. Okay, so this right here, this spectrogram, people have taken it and brought it into programs, and although some people did get like the old Larian logo and voices and stuff, some people got what sounded like ocean waves. And in my head I was like, this Divinity game takes place in the ocean. And I was like, I'm not going to say that on Twitter because that is a stupid thing to say. There might be some truth to that. We already know we're starting on a beach. That's not a big deal. But it looks like we might be able to swim. Hey Kit, what's going on, man? I saw your comment under the Varen's Call video. So yeah, so to me that makes me think that we're going to be able to swim, and maybe like there's some sort of underwater content or something, and that would actually be something that takes the CRPG genre to the next level. Can you guys name a CRPG where you can swim? Solasta 2, the Solasta 2 demo allows your character to go under. It's like in an automated way and then pop back up. There might be some underwater content. That would be crazy. Maybe an underwater race or something like that. Okay, we don't know for sure though, right? It's not 100% confirmed that it's swimming, and Larian has said not confirm that themselves, but pretty cool. Hey Merity, what's up? Swimming with point and click sounds kind of weird. Yeah. Maybe you can just swim on top of the water, and it's like a way to navigate a map or something. I don't know. Who knows? Most people even realize there were Divinity games before S. Seems like everyone's just asking original sin questions. Yeah, you know, if I can log in, I would like to ask a question about Ego Draconis. I really would like to know if that's canon. But yeah, Divinity's franchise starts with Divine Divinity, then we have Beyond Divinity, then Original Sin 1. Am I getting this right? No, Original Sin 1, Divine Divinity, Beyond Divinity, Original Sin 2, and then Ego Draconis, and then actually 9,000 years, actually potentially 10 before Original Sin 2, and 8,000 years before Original Sin 1 there's Dragon Commander. So there's 6 Divinity games in total, and I'm playing them all on the channel. We're going to be working through all of them for the lore and the story and everything. So okay, on to the next question. Let's see. Should probably refresh here and then start the list over, but nothing going on here. How do you know if okay, here we go. Bert from Larian. Will the game be playable in more third-person view as opposed to Original Sin 2 isometric camera? Okay, so this is actually something interesting. All right, so I mean, I would have assumed that they are. I wish he asked if, or she asked this in relation to Baldur's Gate 3 versus Original Sin 2. So maybe he would have expanded on that a little bit, but it looks like it's just going to be similar to... I don't know if they're going to actually take the camera and allow you to look up into the sky. That was something that I was kind of hoping for this next one. It'd be an interesting CRPG mechanic that you don't see in CRPGs. Okay, let's save this as... That'll be 7. So at the very least, we know we're getting the Baldur's Gate 3 camera where you can run around in third person. It's just not like an action RPG third person. It's still angled down a little bit too much, in my opinion. It would have been cool if they changed that, but it doesn't look like they're going to, but that's okay. How would swimming combat work? I don't know. Maybe there's no combat in the water, but hey, if anybody's going to figure it out, it's going to be Larian, right? All right, tonally speaking... Nope, this is not answer. Oh, here we go. So Adam is the lead writer of Larian. Tonally speaking, how different will the new Divinity be from Original Sin 2? All right. And actually, it looks like he's responding to this. So Professor Loud says it's more grounded. Wait, who's Professor Loud? Oh, Professor Loud is Adam. It's more grounded, and you might have picked up on some folk horror vibes in our trailer, but with games the size of Original Sin 2 and Divinity, there are lots of tonal variations as you move through the world and meet new characters. I hope it'll make you laugh, frighten you, shock you, and delight you. Okay. Doesn't really reveal much, but sounds good. You know, we kind of already expected that, but lots of tonal variations. That's a good thing. That's what I expected out of Divinity. I think when it gets dark, it's going to be super dark. Despite like Original Sin 1 and 2 having this whimsical feeling and everything feeling kind of bright in a lot of areas, like the themes and some of like the little stories that you come across are extremely brutal and dark. Extremely brutal. In Larian, with the resources that they have now, putting even this next Divinity game on the level of Baldur's Gate 3 in terms of visual presentation, like just think about elves in Divinity. So elves in Divinity lore eat flesh, and they can actually get the memories from the person that they eat. I think if it's an elf or maybe any race, but something like that represented in Baldur's Gate 3 quality is going to be quite gruesome. And that's just like a regular theme in Original Sin 2 when you're running around. You're eating flesh all the time. Not to mention there's some really messed up themes, like when you go into Fort Joy and you see what they're doing and creating the silent monks and stuff. Like that stuff is really nasty, torturous, disgusting human behavior. And seeing this represented in visual form, I think, is going to be pretty cool. All right, on to the next one. Okay. First, I just want to say I love your games. I've played Original Sin 2 and Baldur's Gate 3, and they're both fantastic. Play Original Sin 1. I'm curious, what is your opinion on the role? Oh, here we go. Oh, shit. Hold on, y'all. Hold your horses. Get ready for everybody in the chat to hate each other. Hyper Game Dev, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. I'll have to check out your channel. I'm happy that I looked over at the chat at the right time, because YouTube's not very good at notifying people of raids. Thank you though, I appreciate that. All right, so hold your horses, y'all. Everybody be nice to each other, okay? You're allowed to have different opinions on this, all right? All right, here we go. I'm curious, what is your opinion on the role of generative AI? Thank you for specifying. My God, the internet is so stupid when they use AI as a general term. It drives me absolutely insane. It drives me fucking insane. I had to get off of Twitter because it's so dumb. Thank you for specifying here. And even with that said, there's different types of generative AI too. There's a very nuanced discussion, and most people participating in it are not nuanced people, including myself in some ways. So I'm not going to speak too deep on this. All right, what is your opinion on the role of generative AI in the game development process and for your studio in particular? Some studios like Embark and Warhorse, as well as several East Asian ones like Everstone, seem relatively optimistic on it, and they've talked about using it to make bigger and faster games. On the other hand, I think a lot of studios and a lot of gamers think that it's predominantly undermining the creative process and cuts corners. I'm especially curious about it if there's a split between different sections like writing versus art versus coding, etc., since it seems like the views of and adoption of AI differ quite a bit by category. It's true. People get very upset when AI deals with art, but they don't give two shits when it deals with coding or something like that. So it's very, very touchy depending on the subject that you're speaking on. This is actually a really good shout out to Priceless Pennies. This is a respectful comment. It specifies things. I like it. All right. Sven replies by, hi, happy to hear you enjoyed our game. So first off, there is not going to be any Gen AI art in Divinity. All right, discussion over. Everybody shut the fuck up. Let's get excited for Divinity. I know there's been a lot of discussion about using AI tools as part of concept and art exploration. We already said this doesn't mean the actual concept art is generated by AI, but we understand it created confusion. So to ensure there is no room for doubt, we've decided to refrain from using Gen AI tools during concept art development. Okay, all right. Larian's back in good graces. I honestly, personally, I'm just going to be honest. I'm not going to try to act like I'm some morally good person, or I'm not going to have some opinion that's trying to make people happy. I don't give a shit if they use Gen AR in their moot board process or whatever. When you start using Gen AR in the final product, sure, I start thinking about it a little bit deeper, and I'm like, I don't know if I like that. I don't like where that's headed. In a perfect world, though, I would prefer that Gen AI, I guess my initial opinion, in a perfect world, I don't really like it, so to say. It's not something I want to support. It's certainly not something I want to stand up and fight for, which is why I'm not being that active in the conversation against the people that absolutely lost their minds on Larian like idiots. This puts everything to doubt. If Sven thinks that they can do their game, this next game, without needing to use the Gen AI tools during the concept art moot boarding stages, so keep in mind, initially they were using it just for the stages before the concept artist, so they weren't actually having the concept artists use this art. They're generating ideas to show the concept artists and stuff like that. And I think there's valid concerns to have about the use of Gen AI. I've heard a lot of people speak on it, and it's interesting, but I think I don't really think it's that big of a deal to purity test a company that deep. Every big company is doing things that are morally wrong. Somewhere in the spectrum, this is how the world works, and this is such a minor thing to get mad at Larian for. With that said, I'm happy for this. I think this is good. If they think they're fine without it, and they can continue on with their game, I'm all for it. This makes everybody happy, and I don't think it's going to affect Divinity. I trust Larian and their process and how they decide to do things. So I think this is a win for mostly everybody. Some people are going to say that Larian caved. I don't know. In truth, anybody can use Gen AI at any time, and you're never going to know. This is one thing that people don't understand. If somebody wants to use Gen AI, they can just go home and start up a Gen AI program. It's that simple. We're never going to know. But I think this is good. I think this is going to get most people back on Larian's side. And yeah, hopefully we can move on from that topic and just enjoy the game. Okay, that way there can be no discussion about the origin of art. Honestly, I have to think about this more. It's like, I think this is a good move. I think it's a good move, because nobody's going to question anything anymore. Even though you should always question things, because I think people are very naive in understanding how many studios are using this stuff without you knowing. But I do trust Larian. I think I would trust Larian, but it's so fun. All right, never mind. Let's move on. Having that said, we continuously try to improve the speed with which we can try things out. The more iterations we can do, the better in general the gameplay is. We think Gen AI can help with this, and so we're trying things out across departments. Hope is that it can aid us refine ideas faster, leading to a more focused development cycle, less waste, and ultimately higher quality game. The important bit to note is that we will not generate creative assets that end up in a game without being 100% sure about the origins of the training data and the consent of those who created the data. That's a Larian Studios statement right there. I think that's good. I think this lines better up with the way they've been speaking on subjects. If we use Gen AI model to create in-game assets, then it will be trained on data we own. All right. So what they're saying is anytime they use generative AI for assets, meaning the creation of something, this is something they already created by hand, and they're pulling from their own assets created by Larian artists. Now, they are saying that they might use Gen AI in other programs, like coding and stuff like that. I think Bellular put out a new video recently talking about this, and he mentioned how some of the, I think it's Blizzard devs, use Gen AI to create helmet sizes for different characters because it's a task that nobody else ever wants to do. It's a very tedious task. Uses of Gen AI like that, I think this is absolutely okay, and probably a good thing, and probably good for the game as a whole. It's going to give us a better game. It's going to make a few things better, but we know for sure now they're not using it for art, it seems like, at all, anywhere in the process. Like I said, though, you can never know. That's why I didn't get mad in the first place. You have no idea what anybody's doing in their home computer, even at the studio on their second monitor. But I think this is a great statement out of Sven. Hopefully everybody, what do you guys think about this? Everybody happy here? Yeah, in-house. Yeah, so in-house, like Amy says, in-house Gen AI implies that everything that they generate, meaning they're still using AI, but everything that they generate was created by them. So it's not pulling from Google Images. It's not pulling from an art gallery on DeviantArt. It's all stuff created by them that gets mixed up in a program and does something, but they're not using it for the origin of art at all. So they're going to be using that for other things in the game, I guess. Trying things out across departments. This is probably something that you have to stay up to date with technology, especially for a big studio. So I actually think it's good that they're doing this and trying to stay up to date. Otherwise, we probably won't see Larian in 5 years from now if they don't try out new things. The good thing about Larian is they have only increased the amount of employees that work there. They've been hiring more people. They've been a very good force for the gaming industry. And unlike you look at some other companies like EA companies and stuff like that, they're cutting down on numbers. They're using AI and Gen AI to fire people to try to increase quarterly profit margins and all that stuff. Larian is clearly not doing that. So we can finally move on from this subject, right? Can we move on? Somebody in chat tell me. I look to my chat for answers and to determine my opinion. Okay, Jan says yes. We're moving on from the damn subject. Great response out of Sven. Anybody that's still freaking out, they're genuinely... Never mind. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I respect everybody's opinion. Okay. Moving on. Oh yeah, I should probably... Let's go ahead and screenshot this. Some of you guys haven't moved on. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Go spend your day crying on X then. I support you in your right to do that, all right? Might make fun of you, though. Okay, here we go. Hey, Scanix, what's up, man? I'd rather cry in your arms. If we ever meet in real life, King Love, you're more than welcome to do that. About anything longer than 10 seconds, it might get a little weird. All right, let's see. I'm actually really, I'm happy with this response here. I'm happy with this. This is great. Sorry, I'm still thinking about this, y'all. Because I didn't want the whole Divinity conversation to be just constantly people just being so freaking annoying anytime you talk about the game. Just, this is great. And I think, honestly, them refraining from using it during concept art, even if there's some world where if they were using Gen AI, it would have made Divinity a little bit better or something like that, it's not going to be noticeable to us. So this is good that they just decide not to use it. I think it's good for everybody. All right, let's go ahead and let's see. Bellarog, nope, that's not it. Here we go, Sven. When should we expect gameplay material? We'll see. We're in full production mode now, but still have truckloads of work. So that's a... not giving us anything. Is Divinity an MMO? Yes, it's a massive multiplayer online role-playing game. There's going to be 10,000 players per server, and to progress past level 10, you have to join the Battle Pass. And the Battle Pass that they're talking about, created by Gen AI. The Battle Pass, once, like, the first half of it's free, and then the second half of it, it's like $5 per level, and there's like, I think 50 levels to get through. And it's, yeah, it's, yep. What are the playable races and classes? Oh, come on, Greg. We aren't ready to talk about that quite yet, but if you rewatch the trailer, you should get some hints on the races. All right, we'll rewatch the trailer here. At the end of the game, at the end of this Reddit AMA, I have to bring it into my program and get rid of the lizard sex scenes, and then we can watch it together. So, you know what that tells me? So that tells me that orcs are going to be a playable race in Divinity. Obviously, lizards. I don't know what else we saw in that trailer. Goblins? So imps are actually like one of the main races in Divinity lore. They have like their own god and everything. They're one of the main races. I don't know if I saw an imp in that trailer, but I would assume... I hope that Larian does something with imps. There was no skeletons in the trailer, no undead, but I'm sure that Larian will allow undead. Dwarfs plus orcs equals dorks? Divinity is not using 5th edition. Although, I mean, I haven't been told that by Larian themselves, Amis, but I could say with 99.999% certainty they're not using 5th edition because they're not associated at all with Wizards of the Coast anymore. I don't know like what you could pull from 5th edition that wouldn't require licensing or something like that. I'm sure there's things you can, and whether or not Larian uses like dice for certain things, not sure yet, but maybe somebody will ask that question. So will Divinity 3 be in early access? They didn't answer this, but we do already know that Sven said that early access probably wouldn't be ready in 2026. So I would assume that we would get Divinity early access first half of 2027 would be my guess. Could be 2026 though. Will Divinity be sticking to the armor magic system? Oh, this is huge. This is huge. Let's go. Let's go. Let me screenshot this. Save as. This is question number 13. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate the thumbs up on the stream. For better search answers, later you can just check their profiles in the original post. Oh. Like look at their profiles and go to replies or something? Yeah, I'll do that after we get through as far as it lets me go. So, Divinity will not keep the magic armor system from DOS 2. I'm actually very happy about this. Original Sin 2 has some of the best CRPG combat overall, but the armor system's kind of annoying. The only time it's not annoying to me is when I go like an all physical party, which I'm doing on my tactician run right now. Then I don't have to really think about it, but I think it's kind of annoying. You guys are happy? It's one of the reasons why I like Original Sin 1 so much is because it didn't have it. A bit relieved. Armor should have 25 to 50% resistance. I'm sure that they'll have some sort of resistance system, Jan, to make it at least have some depth behind it, but they're not going to go with the pure physical magical, which I think is a good thing. There will be ways to protect your characters from harm, but you'll not have to wait before you can use your fun skills on enemies. Nice. You probably will have to, of course, look at their stats and everything. I don't know if they're going to have like some sort of saving throw system or something like that, but we're still cooking a system that makes sure that you have to work harder to stunlock solo bosses with level 1 skills, but it won't be tied to damage. All right. All right, somebody else asked a Gen AI question, but we already know Larian is not using Gen AI for concept art at all, so we can move on from that. And it doesn't look like Larian responded to that anyways. When you say Divinity 3 will be your biggest game yet, what are we aiming for here? Baldur's Gate took quite some time to complete the story. Are we looking into double that, or... Thanks. Also, mad respect to all of you. Love you guys. More agency, more consequences. We don't know ourselves yet how big it will be. We're still making it. Divinity takes everything we learned from BG3 Original Sin 2, improves from there. I mean, that's just like the perfect formula. In regards to BG3, I think the main thing will be more agency in a rule system that was made for video gaming in addition to higher production value. Oh, and some really cool new friends to meet. I think I've been saying this for a while. I was hoping that they would take BG3, Original Sin 2, and Original Sin 1 and really like craft the best combat system out of everything that they learned from all 3 systems. And it seems like that's exactly what they're going to do. And Sven did say that Divinity is going to be bigger than Baldur's Gate 3. And it looks like at the very least it's confirmed to have more agency. So that probably means more permutations, better and more evil playthrough, you know, more ways to handle different quests. So this is a great response here, a good answer. And I really do like how he specifies that they're making a rule system that was made for video gaming, because BG3 is based largely off of 5th edition, and many people would argue that 5th edition doesn't translate well into video game form. You kind of lose some of the fun factor, arguably. Celeste, I think, is great, and Celeste is very strict with 5e, but generally speaking, I think there's some truth behind that, so they're really focusing on making their next system really fit a video game versus trying to, you know, pull from a board game system. And keep in mind, Original Sin 2 also has a board game as well. Anybody who's just tuning in right now, I'm going to do an entire recap of this a couple hours after the stream is over. I'll post it as a video. Kind of give my thoughts, you know, more developed thoughts, because when I'm streaming, sometimes I just say things I don't mean to say. But, and I'll summarize everything in a short video. How would you describe the difference in tone between Original Sin 1 and 2, BG3, and Divinity? I'm personally very fond of the humor in both Original Sin and BG3, whereas the reveal trailer for Divinity set a pretty brutal tone. Now keep in mind, Baldur's Gate 3's reveal trailer was not funny at all either. It was quite dark. You know, the soldier turns into the Mind Flayer. Not saying it has to be one or the other, but is the balance different this time around? Larian says, I laughed out loud reviewing a dialogue this morning. I mentioned in the answer to another question that a game this size needs lots of tonal diversity. Sometimes the darkest situations become funny because of a player's response to them or a companion's commentary. Sometimes a joke backfires and everyone is suddenly on fire. So it seems like they're still going to keep, you know, that Larian comedic feel, which I think is a good thing. And the game is also at the same time going to get very dark and somber at times, but they're not going to hold back on sometimes having some funny moments. And I think Larian's actually really good at that overall, even though comedy and stuff is highly subjective. Overall, I think they do a pretty good job, and most people find Larian to have some good funny bones in their body. I agree, Sesame. A more video game oriented system for those skill checks will be fire instead of that corny dice roll shit. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully somebody asks if there's going to be dice rolls in this game. Now, personally, I'd be okay with it, but if they don't do it, I would also be okay with it. So I know a lot of people have mixed opinions on that. All right, we will have full character customization. We're planning to have an even better one. More colors, more options, more control. Man, I wish he would... More control. Interesting. What does that mean? Does that mean we're going to have, like, the ability to actually, like, take the cheekbone and stuff? At the very least, we need more faces. One of Baldur's Gate 3's criticisms for character creation, there's like 6 faces per race. Everybody chooses the same one because there's only one that looks that good. So everybody has these really cool characters, but like the facial structure, everybody looks the same in that game. So that's the main thing that I care about with the next one. And it seems like they're going to do that. Twitch chat. Sorry, y'all. I haven't even acknowledged you guys at all. Literally, I'm just bringing up Twitch chat for the first time. Sorry. Appreciate you guys being here. Will we have an update on the spectrogram? I have to look into it. I don't know. Hopefully, we learn some answers. Yeah, we still don't know, though. Some people are hinting that it might mean that there's swimming in the game because it sounds like ocean waves when you bring the spectrogram into a program, but I don't know. All right, another AI question. Sven already answered that. Will the new game engine render moving ropes correctly, and will we be able to look up into the sky? Are alternative camera angles being explored? So this is something that I requested in my recent video. There's no real engine limitation to allow looking at the sky. How the camera works is entirely a design choice. Alternative camera angles are always considered. If they benefit the game, we will for sure add it. As for the ropes, you can expect substantial changes to our physics engine in the future of games. I don't really understand that. But we did get a question earlier where one of Larian's devs said that it was going to be similar to Baldur's Gate 3. So I'm personally just not going to expect the ability to look up into the sky right now. They say if it benefits the game, they'll for sure add it. I really do think it would benefit the game, though, because I think if you see people playing the next Divinity game down in that third-person perspective, but also kind of looking up like you can do in like Skyrim and, well, Skyrim's first-person, but in a lot of other action RPGs, I think it'll pull in a ton of eyes and make a lot more people interested in possibly coming into the CRPG genre, which Baldur's Gate 3 already did, but that would take it to the next level. So I think it would benefit the game, but at the same time, if it requires them to have to, like, you know, change the design and work on the sky and it takes away resources from the core of the game, I'm fine if they don't have it. It's just a little side request. All right, well, I guess I'll screenshot it and I'll take a deeper look at that later. Take a look at the sky. Yeah, it just adds some more immersion when you're able to look up higher. So I think there is a benefit to it, but you know, I mean, it's not a necessity. Okay, hey, pretty big fan of your games. And here I was disheartened to hear of the discourse. Oh, we got more about AI, okay. And statements about AI usage and development of this project. Is there a chance you can lay out exactly how this is being implemented alongside how exactly it makes the development of the game smoother compared to the games that didn't make use of it by your studio? Larian games normally feel lovingly handcrafted by a team of artists. Why was the previous method of development wrong enough to step into the discourse? This is all new technology, so I totally understand why it's difficult to see where the positive uses are. We believe machine learning is a powerful tool to accelerate and make game development more efficient and streamlined. Overall, there's just no doubt about that. I think there can be a debate about like what types of machine learning make a game better, but overall it's a very powerful technology, and I promise you every single studio in the world will be looking into it, using it without telling you or whatever. The question is more nuanced though, about are you using it to steal art from other people? I think that's really the only like serious debate going on here, which we already know Larian is not doing that. So, but machine learning as a technology, you would just be so dumb to not look into technology if you're running a company, especially a huge company. This means that our creatives have more time doing work that makes their jobs more rewarding and the game a richer experience. The important bit to note is that we do not generate creative assets that end up in a game without being 100% sure about the origins of the training data and the consent of those who created the data. With over 100,000 voice lines scheduled to be in the game, recorded by hundreds of actors and even hundreds, thousands more to be recorded that will not end up in the game, there are useful tools for us to reduce the mechanical legwork and free up time for teams that would have been bogged down doing tasks that kept them away from what they really want to be doing. Additionally, our ML R&D team monitors and experiments with anything that is state-of-the-art that might influence game development pipelines of the future. You have to do that. You can't be the dude that's the studio that's sitting in the past working with a pencil and paper. You just can't. You have to keep track of all this technology and see how it works and determine for yourself, you know, where you want to use it, when you want to use it, if it's ethical. Do you care if it's ethical? These are all questions that every studio is going through. This is important to us because we make our own engine, but we draw lines in the sand too. We explicitly committed in our actor agreements to not using the recordings to train or build AI voice modelers because we are aware of how sensitive it can be to artificially generate an actor's voice. Even if an actor were willing to agree to this, if we'd compensate them, we don't currently feel comfortable with including AI generated voice in our games. So this might change in the future, you know, but this is how it is right now. So, all right. Good response. Yeah, the whole AI conversation is just not nuanced. You just have a bunch of dumb people on X that don't have jobs, that just want to, you know, anything. They just want to fight for anything that they can. They don't understand anything they're talking about. And there's also some people that have valid concerns. There's been some good takes, and I think there are valid concerns about generative AI. But the whole conversation as a whole, from both sides actually, because you have people defending it that have no idea what they're talking about too. Both sides is just ridiculous. It's so stupid. That's why I hate the internet. That's why I only go on X for like a half hour a day. There's a bunch of people that have nothing to do. They just get mad at everything they possibly can and fight each other all day on X. They're all mentally ill in some way, because you can't spend all day on X doing that day to day and not be mentally ill in some way. All right, will Big Naturals be available without mods in Divinity? No response, no response, no response. Any game completely outside of the game? Any like Twitter account that I notice that's on Twitter, like, and posting like more than like 4 or 5 times a day, I just don't look at their shit. I'm not interested. They're not part of the real world. So any game completely outside of the genre that you're working in or comfort zone that inspires in your game development. The Seance of Blake Manor impressed me so much. I play lots of games, and that was a highlight towards the end of the year. The approach to storytelling is so different to ours, but it's hugely inspirational from the structure to characterization and setting. Loved it. I don't know what that is. We could look it up. Let me get my screenshot here. Oops, I missed the screenshot of the other one. I love Larian's AI response so far. I think it's great. It's like they're deciding not to touch it with concept art anymore. which I think is really where the real anger comes from with people, understandably. But they're also not just completely caving to the internet and saying that we're never going to touch any of this technology and have nothing to do with it. So I think this is great so far. I'm actually very happy with the response. Did I save this? I zoomed out. Did I just save this one? It's 18. Yeah, I did. Okay. So let's go to the next one. Personally, but hey, you guys can have different opinions, and I'm not going to hate you for it. That's another thing that we just can't seemingly do online anymore, is anybody that has a different opinion about anything, you just instantly hate them. I am friends with so many people that disagree with me on so many different subjects, and it's okay. It's okay. All right, on to the next one. Appreciate the thumbs up on the stream, everyone. I'm going to look up, I'll do this after, but we're going to look up what that actually means. I don't know, maybe somebody in the chat said something about it, but the Seance of Blake Manor. So Adam is the lead writer, like the one who controls everything writing at Larian, so he's inspired by this. So, you know what, I'll just look it up right now, why not? The Seance of Blake Manor. Supernatural detective mystery. Wait, is he talking about a video game? Yes. Oh, this is cool. Supernatural detective mystery set in 1897 Ireland, where you investigate. Of course, Ireland. I think Adam's from Ireland. He's biased. Where you investigate the disappearance of Evelyn Dean in a remote hotel filled with otherworldly occurrences. All right, cool. I mean, doesn't really tell us too much, but we know where some inspiration's coming from. I like it. On to the next one. Do you plan on having Divinity be playable on the Steam Deck? We all love Steam Decks, since BG Theory is one of the most played games on the platform. We will do our best to, again, release on that platform. So I would say yes. You might just not see early access, or it might come later than 1.0. I forgot I have coffee. Somebody has to ask if Ego Draconis. I should try to do a question. I wonder if this thing's even still live. Hold on, let me see if I can sign in somehow. Like I said, my Reddit account was banned. Let me see if I can sign in with like a different Google account. Hold on one second, y'all. I want to know. I need to know. One, I want to know Original Sin 2's canon ending, but two, I really need to know if Ego Draconis is canon. It would be a huge help for like understanding what's going on in the lore. Nobody's asked this yet. These aren't very good questions. Guess I'm creating my own Reddit account. I wonder if I'm even able to post in this right away. God, I hate giving my email for everything. Using the Wolfheart Clips channel to sign into Reddit. Continue. Don't ask my interests. Come on. What do I got to do here? Entertainment news. Oh God, no, I don't want that popping up. Reality TV. Movie news and discussion. Sure, I have to click something. All right, so let me go to... Let me see if I can get in. I really need to ask this question unless somebody already asked it. Will Brachus Rex come back? Would it be a Divinity game if he didn't? Do, 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 do. You guys hear the Skyrim music a little bit? All right, I'm logging into this with my new account. Whoa, without dark mode. Join the conversation. All right, I'm gonna write a quick question here. What is the canon ending of original? Actually, no. Let's go. Is Ego Draconis? Ego Draconis. God, I hate the white screen. How can I ask this? This is a very important question. Is Ego... You know what? People need... If I say Divinity 2, it's going to confuse people. Is Ego Draconis canon to the lore? And does it play a role? Well, if it's canon, it does. In Divinity. I think... Is Ego Draconis canon to the lore? Canon to the lore. And we'll see if I can get more. And... what is... God, let me think about this. Day and night cycle? I don't think I've seen a question on that. I could just ask the simple question. Use dark screen? I don't know how to switch it to it. Let me... I will. I will in a second. I don't know how to make it dark screen. Oh, wait, sorry. It's not a canon. Is Ego Draconis canon to lore? If so, does the story and characters play an important role? There we go. In Divinity. Maybe I can use some of my streamer privilege and just go like this. I never solved the puzzle for... Should I use streamer privilege? Yes, it is canon. Did Larian say that? Or are you just saying that? Okay, here we go. Is Ego Draconis canon to the lore? If so, does the story and characters play an important role in Divinity? Game is a bit dated, but many want to know if they should consider playing it. No, because then we can't tell people are considering playing it, because then sales come into mind. Larian could lie to us. All right, here we go. I'm gonna switch to dark screen. Give me a second. God, yeah, I knew it when I became a content creator. I have 240,000 bosses now. Click on your profile. Okay. All right. Okay. It's that easy. Thank you. Can we get some upvotes on this? Let's go. Get on Reddit. Let's go. Give me some upvotes on this. My name is Brother Any 3944. Okay. All right. On to the next one. What is your writing process like in terms of planning and accommodating players who like to do quests out of order to find hidden little details? The writing process to embrace the chaos, to encourage the chaos. Why are we saying chaos so much here? The writing process is to embrace chaos, to encourage the chaos, to be at one with the chaos. The first thing we tend to do when playtesting our own situations is to run them out of sequence, break them in every conceivable way, and see how far we can push the boundaries of what's possible. The greatest joy I get is seeing somebody go so far off the beaten path that they assume we'll have lost track of them, and then they stumble across something that we put there just for them. And this is why Larian's one of the best companies out there right now. We need this in RPGs. For some reason, AAA studios can't do this. What was a challenge when making BG3 that people may not know about? And oh my god, I'm doing this stream without my scarf? Are you kidding me? Who the hell am I? It's got a hood and everything. We didn't recognize. You guys thought I was someone else. You don't see my post on Reddit? Oh, well, shit. Does it need to, like, refresh or something? Maybe it's because I'm new to Reddit. Did I not join the... Hey, let's go, baby. 7 upvotes. Streamer privilege. It must be there. All right, what was the challenge when making BG3 that people may not know about? And were there any fun or unique ways that you were able to fix it? On a technical level, the amount of systematics that exist in the game and the freedom we give players to interact with them and experiment. If players decide to collect all barrels in the game, drop them in a single spot and explode them, we need to be able to handle that. There simply is a million ways for players to break the game in an environment like that. I like this. I like this a lot. As long as Larian makes like some of the most powerful breaks tedious, and it makes it hard where players really have to spend the time to gather all the barrels and stuff like that. I think stuff like this can be great fun. Where I personally have a problem with, sometimes this happens in Original Sin 2, sometimes there's like these cheesy mechanics that are way too easy. You start to question, is this part of the game, the core game design? Like, do I need a cheese in order to get through this fight? Like, or is this supposed to be something off the beaten path? Only for, like, sometimes that line is blurred a little bit. But I think with BG3, they did a better job than they did with Original Sin 2 in that category. Okay. Yeah, make this stuff like hard to think of, make it a little bit more tedious for players to do certain things. Like, none of this should just be obvious, easy things to do when you play these games. But Larian did pretty good in Baldur's Gate 3 with it. How much research and development goes into novel approaches to rendering and lighting? You guys implement your own brand new approaches to global illumination, ray tracing, and other graphics programming techniques, or is it mostly investigating new developments, implementing in your in-house engine and testing to see what works and what doesn't? Is most of the work done in this area or more towards optimization of the render? Well, we must have a game alert or game dev alert asking from the perspective of a graphics programmer keen to enter the industry. I'm sure Bert actually loves that question. As engine developers, it's very important that we keep following new developments in rendering or lighting or anything else for that matter. How we apply it or add it to our engine largely depends on how we expect to use it or at which scale. It's always a balancing act and a matter of constant discussion between the tech and content teams. I don't know how to find your question on there. I'm not good at how to use Reddit. I'm not either, Merity, so I couldn't even tell you. Oh, you know what you can do? You might be able to search my profile. What's my profile name? Brother Any 3944. If you can find my profile, you can go to, like, on my profile, you can click on posts or something like that. All right, I'm a software engineer that has always worked on financial technology, and one of the things I find so interesting about video game development is the big reliance on manual software testing. Say what, who, when? Every piece of code that I write can be tested automatically either through a unit test or through an integration test. What makes video game development so different? Why does it require so much manual testing? Very good question. In a video game in logical terms is running... Very good question. A video game in logical terms is running simulation that has different results with the same input depending on various conditions. That said, simulation has a lot of systems and subsystems that may or may not be active due to the same conditions. The more systems you have, the more permutations of their interactions you get. The amount of integration tests start growing exponentially at some point and has diminishing return on such tests. Usually this is a point where a lot of developers stop and start using manual testing to make sure the most common player interactions are covered. At Larian, we have a bit of a different approach. We use TDD to ensure UT coverage in combination with writing high-level test scripts that are supposed to test the feature programmer providing in isolation, like in a test level. That makes complete sense. At the same time, our QA using the same scripting language to automate their testing routines in order to test situations and combats in games like it would be a player. That still doesn't remove the need for manual testing. One of the main requirements of a game is to be fun, and so far that's not something that can be expressed in tests. For that, having a person who would play the feature and would give you feedback if it's fun from the player perspective is immersive help, so early access is really good at that. Also, sometimes as a developer you just can't guess what shenanigans a player would do. Famous barrelmancy or speedrunners, and having a team that can do that and also validate that which is done matching what was requested is highly valuable. How will you handle the canon issue? Oh, how will you handle the canon issue DOS 2 introduced? It basically acted as a soft retcon of the series. Will the new Divinity game continue with the new lore, or will you try to reconcile it with previous games? It's the same in continuity, but it's a standalone story. Long-term Divinity fans will find lots of familiar things, but it's never just a fan service. It has to serve the story we're telling. The Divinity universe is full of weird and wonderful characters, and I'm really excited to be part of that legacy. I'm gonna have to do some more research on that. It's not really an answer. All right, we'll come back to that one at the end of the stream and talk about it a little bit deeper. There's so many questions I have regarding canon and things in the lore that don't make sense because of Original Sin 2 and stuff like that, but 25. Hoping that gear won't scale so insanely with level in the new game. You know what? Oh, I don't really understand that question. Did gear scale in original? I don't remember that in Original Sin 1 or 2. I was constantly changing my gear. All right, have you thought about accessibility as part of planning this next game? As a gamer without sight, whoa, who wanted to play BG3 but couldn't without constant sighted assistance, I'd love to be able to play Divinity on my own terms, and I'm very interested in if there's any chance of that happening. Looking forward to seeing what you can craft. Regardless, keep up the good work. This is a great question. I really respect the ending here. This person, it has a disability, but they're also extremely respectful and understanding about it, and not trying to act like the whole world should cater to everything, because it's very hard for a game developer to make a game that can fit every single thing. This is a great question. Respect to this person right here. I'm interested in this. In your experience, what are games that do well on that front? So Larian's basically just saying that if this guy can provide some information on games that he likes, maybe Larian will implement some of these techniques. This is a great question. Good for this person. All right, I'll quickly screenshot that. Nice, respectable question that understands there's nuance to this. It's not just every game can be made for every single person. Great question. Worded fantastically. I do have hope in humanity. And I hope this next game, I hope Larian's able to do something for him. Okay, will there be mod support? Yes, we'll be writing modding tools. Haven't decided if it's for release or not yet, so that's just going to be dependent on how well, obviously, they're focused on making the game before they're focused on making modding tools, which is what they did with BG3. My guess is that modding tools would come out quicker than BG3, but maybe not on 1.0. You use the print screen, it automatically gets saved in your pictures. I think I'll keep doing it this way because I can. It's going to be easier on my eye versus screenshotting the entire screen. But thanks for saying that. Will I be able to follow along and enjoy the upcoming Divinity game if the only Larian game I played is Baldur's Gate 3? Divinity is a different universe than Baldur's Gate 3. While you do not need to play the previous Divinity games, it would certainly improve your enjoyment if you do. You perhaps recognize certain characters or situations to learn to explore the large universe that was already built for Divinity. So returning characters confirmed. There's a lot of characters that could be in this next Divinity game. I'll actually make a video on that one of these days. And we'll make this one 28. Oh, I see what you're saying, Odd Man. Okay, I see what you're saying. Thanks for clarifying. Let's see if Larian answered my streamer privilege question yet, even though I didn't solve their puzzle that they gave me. Brother Any. What's going on here? What happened to my streamer privilege? There's no response. Bullshit. Alright, considering BG3 was such a hit, why did you not develop Will further in subsequent patches but change the storyline? So, Will, for those of you guys that didn't play Baldur's Gate 3 Early Access, was a pretty different character, the Early Access version versus 1.0. In 1.0, they made Will less of a fraudster story, I guess you could say. His character changed quite a bit. They also changed the voice actor too. His story's always felt on the verge of being great and interesting, but in the end he had and continues to have no real agency in the story, as all his quests are subverted for other characters. Example, his father being kidnapped, not being able to properly get Mizora out of camp, and the dragon that was the culmination of his quest actually being part of the Emperor's quest in story. It's true. The Emperor's quest part. I wish Will had gotten more content and a more fulfilling arc too, as you probably know. I actually liked Will's character, but I also didn't like dive insanely deep into every single companion, so I can't really speak on this. But I enjoyed messing with Will and playing out his story arc on my first run. As you probably know, we weren't connecting with Will's early access recruitment and initial questing, so we started over at a point when most of the other companion stories were fairly solid. A lot of decisions came later in development than was ideal, and there was a key situation near Baldur's Gate that I intended to heavily involve Will in the Red War College that got cut. That meant going back to the drawing board again. We eventually tied him to Duke Ravengard. Interesting. Wow, so he wasn't tied to Duke Ravengard at first, and started to work on that element of his arc just in time for me to get unexpectedly ill. I was out of the office for quite a while, and again after this epilogue's release. I think that Answer's Lair was Sven's idea. We did have the resources for a standalone dungeon, so we got to work on tying Will to the Wormway. So yeah, it's like Will connects to that quest, but he's like not a core. It's like part of his quest, but he's not like a core part of it in a way. I mean, he is in some ways, but not really a core part of it. But I couldn't get more than a dungeon boss out of it. Once the situations were in place, that was that, and I had to start writing them. Will's content is sparser than I'd have liked as a result. He's also split into two stories, really, the Mizora story and the Ravengard story, and that might have been a mistake in hindsight. Yeah, it's interesting that they bring that up, because it kind of just separates Will into two versus having like one really good character. I also wish I could have been given him a stronger endpoint. It always bugged me that he can end up just as he started, as the Blade of Frontiers, without any meaningful difference. All that said, I love the Blade, and I'm really proud of him and his sincerity, his good nature, and his eager heroism. I'm truly sorry I didn't give you more quality time with him. Did you guys like Will or no? I hear a lot of people say different things on this subject, and it's like I haven't critically analyzed each companion on an individual level to really have an opinion. So my my less nuanced, less understanding opinion was I liked him on my runs and I had fun with his quests, but I can definitely understand some of these concerns. Will was the worst companion. Will was good to me. Kevin's a sincere guy. I don't think I've met Kevin before. I like Will. Honest response. I have no feelings towards him. Kind of indifferent. Will was okay, not the most interesting. Yeah, I would agree he wasn't the most interesting. I can definitely agree with that. Will was actually my favorite companion. So a lot of different opinions on this, but You know what? At the end of the day, if you have people that want it to be better in some ways, we all win, right? So even if you think he's good right now, maybe the Will equivalent in the next game will be even better. Twitch chat says, love Will, but he was sidelined a lot. Okay, on to the next one. Love the Skyrim music in the background. Yeah, it's relaxing. I can talk and think with Skyrim music. With the Baldur's Gate 3 soundtrack, some of the tracks are a little bit too... they're great songs, but they're too much for me to talk. All right, let's go ahead and screenshot this. Chicks were more masculine than Will. That's kind of funny. All right. You mentioned that the new game will have a new rule set in the PC Gamer interview. By that, are you guys creating a new combat system away from the action point based combat on the past original Sin games, the mechanics, rather than the spells itself? I assume this would allow you to be a bit more creative with full control on your hands rather than with the D&D rule set. Also, Ada Laird original character. We went through our original ideas for original Sin 1 and 2, looked again at how they worked out in practice, picked up some inspirations from our BG3 early access and post-release journey, consulted the star charts to see what we need to do to stay competitive, and cooked a new action economy and character progression system. That's exciting. Feedback from BG3 players trying DOS 2 for the first time has been especially interesting to us. Yeah, because original Sin 2 sales went way up since Baldur's Gate 3 became popular. Seeing the two worlds colliding, we hope that both fans of BG3 and fans of original Sin 2 will find the new system intuitive but deep. I mean, that's how I feel. Like, I love BG3's combat system. I love original Sin 2's, but they both have their pluses and minuses. So if they can find a way to make the perfect system that combines them both, I think we're in for a new treat. It's exciting that they're doing something new as well. Something we have, you know, I'd be fine if they did original Sin 1 or 2 combat, but something's going to be different, which is exciting to think about. Especially for all of us that are grinding out all the Divinity games right now. Yep, later today, I'm going to compile this all into like a 10, 15, 20-minute video and just have everything so you, people that don't want to watch the stream, you just have all your answers. All right, are there any recent game releases circa 2025 that stood out to your team as inspiring or reinvigorated your passion for game making? Currently addicted to the Bazaar, and my Christmas break was sacrificed to Europa Universe. All right. Oh, we got some... Oh, all the Larian people are responding here. I like deep systems, so I've been playing Europa, but I like to keep being amazed by the creativity of indie scene as well. Once again, the seance of Blake Manor was represented, or referenced. Kevin says, Hell Is Us. That is actually a cool indie game. I played the beta or the demo, but I didn't play the full game, but it was pretty cool. And then Gerald says, I was particularly captivated by the visuals and mood of Chronos, The New Dawn. All right, I don't think I have to screenshot that one. What are the odds of a Switch 2 port? Divinity Original Sin 2 is great on there. Hoping for Baldur's Gate 3. Seems like the perfect game to pick up and play. I'd butt it in a heartbeat. Buy it in a heartbeat. Thanks, guys. You rock. We have just released Divinity Original Sin 2 for Switch 2. We love the platform and will certainly consider Switch 2 for the next Divinity game. The question at that... Oh, yeah, it's Switch 2, so it should be able to run, you would think. I'd say Switch 1 probably wouldn't be able to run this next Divinity game, but... Let's check my my comment. Damn it! It's because I didn't solve the puzzle. Larian doesn't care about me anymore. Hey, Generous, what's up? Really like Kevin's answer on companion relationship. Me too. Me too. Switch 2, 10 FPS. You don't think Switch 2's running Divinity? It's Switch 2 though. Wait, what do I have? Do I have the Switch 1 or 2? When did the Switch 2 come out? Wasn't that recently? Yeah, apparently I fell off. I'm not relevant in the scene anymore. Shit, I better start doing some TikToks. Maybe do like a Mazora cosplay or something for you guys. Oh, okay, thanks, RM. If you look in your pictures folder, oh, okay. They'll all be in there without the, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. When I go to edit my video, I'll pull from the pictures folder then. Okay, hello, did you set up the whole desert statue thing? And this is Larian's director of publishing. We started to get really paranoid about the possibility of leaks, but then realized all those discussions were fruitless, and if we actually wanted to do something that would distract enough to take the heat away from any potential announcement, we should do something more productive. Long story short, the result was a monolith. I always wanted it in Joshua Tree because I love Joshua Tree. Sorry, I can't breathe right now. Sorry if you guys can hear me breathing too. I have like a new amplifier for my microphone. Guess I'm talking too fast. So we had two lofty ambitions: create a monolith and dump it in the desert. Such a cool marketing idea. We had the right internal team to get this done, and so suddenly we went from wallowing in paranoia to getting really excited about this thing that we were doing that at the time felt disconnected from the announce, the plans for which we were at that stage out of our hands and in motion. Whatever would happen would happen. We like building things at Larian. We don't like sitting around, idle hands and all that. Roy, a very euphoric man from my team, and Francois. I've met Francois, one of the most wonderful people you'll ever meet on this planet. Equally euphoric, but French. Flew to Joshua Tree during PAX on a secret mission, secret even to half of my team, and locked down the location while the incredible team, Onyx Forge, set dozens of people on the creation of the monolith, the designs for which were defined by our broader art and design teams and art director. So it was really positive collaboration between nervous teams edging towards an announcement that wanted something to do other than watch all their work and planning potentially go to shit or succeed. I covered most of the rest in my Twitter post. A lot of the why will go into the hows with Onyx Forge later. We have a lot of behind the scenes footage. It was funny seeing people refer to it as a marketing stunt, while really it was just pure copium straight into our nervous veins put into action. Larian doesn't like this term marketing, and I get it, because they have a very different approach to their marketing compared to other studios. But at the end of the day, a lot of this is marketing. The question is it like genuine, authentic marketing, or is it marketing, you know, corporate marketing used to try to generate hype and maybe sometimes even false hype? But placing that statue in the desert, the monolith, it was such a good idea. It's such a good idea of like a type of, we don't have to call it marketing, but I'm going to call it marketing. A type of marketing where you do something and things just blossom from it naturally. You don't have to like push ads or anything like that. And they did that a lot with Baldur's Gate 3 stuff as well. But it was such a good idea because everybody wanted to know what this monolith was. And at the entire gaming industry, regardless if you like RPGs or not, everybody knew what this monolith, everybody knew about this monolith. And therefore everybody knows about Divinity. Yet Larian didn't have to really advertise the monolith. They just had to release a trailer that made it clear that it was related to the monolith. Okay, on to the next one. I guess I could screenshot this one, but I don't know. Oh, I guess I see what RM's saying. I might not have to save it at all. It just all automatically goes to that folder. I'm going to keep doing this though, RM, because I know you're right, but this is my workflow. So I'll change my workflow and become more efficient after I test it out myself. All right. But thank you for letting me know. I think I'm not being efficient right now. Hi guys, I'll be blunt with my question. How can you prevent 100% that your game... Okay, we got another AI question. How can you prevent 100%, not 99.9%, that your game will not have any AI at the end product? You say it's for planning purposes and brainstorming, but I could easily do that with flowcharts and webs like I've been doing for most of my life. I don't want to personally touch products made with AI. No, okay. No, guys. There's a good discussion to be had about AI, but it needs to be more nuanced than just not using AI. Okay. AI is everywhere now. Larian's gonna answer this question in a much more professional way than me laughing right now and making fun of someone. Okay, I think this person's good. This is a good question. We'll see how Larian answers it. It ruins the creative aspect for me. I know I have a backlog longer than I'll be alive for, so at that point of choosing, so if I want to expose myself to AI willingly and honestly, the answer is no. I don't want behind closed doors people being forced to use it if they don't want to, and ultimately I think it's failed marketing campaign more than anything actually functional, because every use case I can think of an alternative method. That's not true. I guarantee they can, probably. I don't want to design 65 unique trees. Okay, so we're speaking on generative AI. Why aren't we talking about that earlier in the conversation? I don't want to design 65 unique trees. Well, design one and then copy and paste. As a gamer, I'm not looking at your trees to see how different they are. Okay, so, all right. But yes, how are you going to make sure 0 AI generated assets get into the end product? All right, so I had to read the whole question. It's not a horrible question. If you decide to answer this, I thank you in advance. I'm tired of being angry with my hobbies. Crypto affecting GPU, AI now affecting RAM and storage, etc. So the assets we actually use to generate will be used in-game are incredibly limited. Actually, there's only currently one, adding motion to voice recordings where we don't have the motion capture data. This improves the quality of the game. We are experimenting with ways to help us prototype faster so we can bounce through ideas more quickly. None of it has been put into production because it's still in an R&D phase, research and development, but if it gets deployed, then it wouldn't be used to write final lines or generate final assets. It would be exclusively for rapid prototyping iteration. Part of the design of the system includes strict guardrails to ensure nothing that would be used during prototyping can ship. All assets involved will be clearly marked as a stub and get purged afterwards. The intent of this pipeline is not to use any of the assets in any step of the asset creation pipe. It's purely about testing flow. So if that is not a good enough answer for some of you, fair enough. Do what you got to do. Boycott, whatever you got to do. You have the right to do that. The AI is going to be used in every single game in some way. There's all these engines that all these companies are using have AI in the programs themselves. So when we ask AI questions, we have to just be more specific and more educated on what specifically we don't want companies to use. Just saying a blanket AI statement just doesn't work. And every person is a hypocrite too. When they use AI as a blanket statement, they're being a hypocrite. But good answer out of Larian. Okay, on to the next one. Will Divinity be more cinematic like Baldur's Gate 3 or more in the lines of top-down text like Original Sin 2? We have an incredibly talented team of cinematic artists and animators. I wouldn't be able to hold them back from doing what they do best. I mean, it's already a given, but let's go ahead and screenshot it anyways. I'll screenshot the other one too. Yeah, see, the problem with the AI discussion too is people are radicalized to both sides. So when we don't have a nuanced discussion, it's just like you get pissed off at dumb people on both sides and you end up taking the side that you don't think is dumb, and then everybody's just radicalized and the whole conversation's just gone. Can you further explain how you guys are using AI? Well, LaKenna, I would recommend you using AI to try to sift through this damn Reddit site to get your damn answer. I'm just kidding. All right, on to the next one. Let's see. 2 questions. Nope, nothing here. Did I miss anything? No, we didn't. More AI questions, even though Larian's already talked about it a million times, but that's okay. I probably asked a repeat question too. Let's see. No response. Fell off, man. I think that's it. I wonder if I can refresh and then we get more, because I'm surprised that this many questions were answered. What does automated testing look like for a project like VG3? TDD, when you write code, add integration tests using scripting language after the test feature is done to prove everything works together. Block code submits unless they pass all UTS and some core integration tests to ensure build stability. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. You guys still love me? Thank you. Is there anything specific you're not able or allowed by wizards as IP holders to do in BG3 that you want to do in Divinity? So Sven says we had all the freedom we needed on BG3, but the game was based on 5e, which is a system that was made for tabletop, not for video games. Most of the limitations came from that. Sven holding back on talking shit about Wizards of the Coast. Save that one. It makes sense though. Let's go to recent, and maybe I should scroll from that way. Let's see. How do you do this? New and answered. Would that work? Or just leave it on all on. Okay, we can leave it all on answered and go to new. Yeah, just like that. Okay. This is like Original Sin 2 inventory management. Oh, I forgot to clip that last question. That's okay. The question's already been answered in the other one, so. Or I'll go back and find it. All right, always curious about stuff like this. How long ago did you start getting the trailer made before we actually saw it? Surprisingly organized this time. Unit Image, based in Paris and insanely effing talented, worked on it with us as they did the BG3 release and announcement trailers. The ideation phase was lightning fast because we were all on the same page. They went and cooked and we had it in the bag for quite some time. From start to finish, if my memory serves me right, it was a little over a year, maybe under. Maxime and his team really understand us and we understand them. Very Larian folks at Unit. Oh, that's cool. So the BG3 trailer was also done by this, I mean, it's obviously directed by Larian, but Unit Image is the company. I don't think I need to screenshot that. Not really that important. I always say that you're gonna do a CG only trailer, you better knock it out of the park in the studio, and you guys definitely did. I agree. The Divinity trailer, I'm sure it's recency bias and a little bit of bias as in liking Larian games, but that was I think one of the greatest trailers I've ever seen in my entire life. Do you guys agree? That Divinity trailer was so good. It had like everything. It had like happy themes, like a joyful theme, then it started getting into weird shit, and then the ending was just so horror and so intense and so dark. Yep, Larian has answered probably 3 to 4 AI questions so far. And I think the most important question that was answered is they're not using generative AI for anything concept art based. They announced that. I guess they're not doing it for moot boards or anything. So that I think is the main division here. So I think most of this will probably, most of this controversial topic will probably go away for Larian for the most part, I would assume. And then they were just honest in like certain systems that they're using part of the engines and stuff like that, but they're not using Gen AI to generate assets that pull from other people's work. And that's really like the main debate, and I think it's probably a good thing. I'm for that. I'm not going to fight against Larian deciding not to do that. I think that's probably a good thing. So even though I'm making fun of some of these people that bring up some AI comments, I think it's a good decision, and I'm happy that Larian did that. Speaking of it being one of the best trailers I've ever seen, just my own personal take, but the trailer put me off wanting to try the game because it's so nihilistic and viscerally depressing, but I wanted to ask if it's an accurate depiction of what I should be expecting in the game itself. Sven responds, We're creating a dark world so you can be the light in the darkness. It's a story about hope, but of course we do want you to experience agency, so there's also plenty of ways to take away that hope and be the darkness that snuffs out the light. Oh, that person doesn't care about that. They don't want to be the darkness that snuffs out the light. They're trying to stay as far away from the darkness as they can. Great answer here. I like how Larian is kind of, in a way, being like the red wedding of video games right now. You're seeing more studios do this. I think it's great how disgusting and how dark the trailer was, because it really, really puts you in the role of, like, if you're able to RP good, you can genuinely feel feelings of fear as if you're playing a horror game, and the need and the immersion and the want to overcome the darkness is probably going to be very strong for many of us. And the more that that's depicted, the more that we're going to want to actually solve the problem and be that force of light. But we can also be the force of darkness, which is going to be pretty crazy. So when Divinity comes out, I'll release, of course, a full offline Let's Play series. So episodes, like 2 to 3 hour episodes for the entirety of the game. And that'll probably be my neutral to neutral good playthrough, probably good playthrough. It'll be heavily based on lore, so I'm going to obviously study all the lore, and I'll talk a lot about like the books and give deeper discussions on things that happen as I'm playing. But the live stream series, we're absolutely going evil. So on that release night, we're going to be going as evil as I possibly can, and we'll see what Larian digs up here. I like Baldur's Gate 3's evil ending, but it does lack when compared to a good playthrough. So it'll be interesting to see how deep they go into that, because Larian, it's crazy how much work Larian's willing to put into content that the majority of players don't experience. Because most people don't play evil, but they still put a shit ton of work into a lot of this stuff, and I think they'll probably step it up even more for Divinity. Trailer's one of the best ever made. Okay, so it's not just me, right? Evil me, here I come. Uh-oh. Pickle. Thanks, Nate. I appreciate that. All right, I love the BG3. Oh, I should probably, well, I guess we'll screenshot this. Will there be sex scenes? I missed that one. Hold on. Okay. 36. Does a bear blank in the woods? Honestly, like, you guys know me, I'm not huge into the romance and stuff in video games, and no, I'm not a prude or anything like that. I don't mind it. It's just for my video game adventures, and that's never something I focus on. But of course, Larian's going to keep that, and I have no problem with it being in the game. I do hope that Larian allows for more platonic friendship content, though, with this next game. It allows a clearer path towards that Garrus bromance type content that you see in, like, Mass Effect. People bring that up as an example all the time. Companions are a little bit too thirsty overall. Some of that was because the game was bugged when it first launched, but I love BG3 and was planning to play Original Sin 1 and 2, but then I saw on Wikipedia there are more Divinity games. Does the new game have story elements from these old games? Maybe this will answer my question. So Adam says, I was a Larian fan before I was a Larian dev, and I played every Divinity game as a fan and sometimes as a critic. I love both of the Original Sin games, and if you enjoy them and want to dig deeper into the catalog, I'd recommend Dragon Commander for something completely different. You know, I'm going to give Dragon Commander a try in the lineup. This new game isn't a sequel to any previous Divinity game. It's a complete standalone, but it's set in the same universe and continuity. So if you've played earlier games, you'll find familiar things. But just like you don't need to have lived through all of history to understand a specific time and place, you can come to Divinity without any prior knowledge at all. Okay, good. It didn't actually answer my question, so maybe we'll get that answered. So it's a standalone game. I think this is a smart move. I think it's good that they didn't do Original Sin 3. This is technically Original Sin 3 in many ways, but I think it's good that they didn't go that route, because I think it's going to appeal to much more players without having that 3 in the name and making players feel like they have to have played something prior. So I think this is a good move. And, you know, hopefully the game, I honestly hope the game, no matter what they do, I'll be excited for it. But like, I kind of hope that it's not like Void and Source focused. I hope that they really focus in on like the Lord of Chaos and unexplored lore, because Original Sin 1, you're a Source Hunter. Original Sin 2, you're a Sorcerer. In both games, you're fighting the Void. I think I think most of us are probably good with the Void right now. But if Larian does do something with the Void, I'm sure it'll be good. Have you been approached to be a cameo voice in Divinity? No. I have not. I don't think I have the skills. Will Divinity have a similar approach to companies as previous, to companions as, oh, let me screenshot this. You guys like these types of streams? Because I'm really just like, I mean, we're talking about things, but rarely do I do streams like this where we're not playing games. All right. Will Divinity have a similar approach to companions as previous titles? A big highlight for me was different storylines for companions in BG3 and, of course, romancing. Adam, the lead writer, yes, okay, cool. Says they're a hugely important part of the game, and I already love some of them dearly. We have big ambitions for them, and we're already complicating their lives and our own with the narrative design. One thing I'm hoping for with the companions is that they focus a little bit more on non-elf human companions. I really want an imp companion. I'm sick of humans and elves, even though I love humans and elves are one of my favorite fantasy races. I really want an imp companion in this next game. I feel like a goblin companion in Baldur's Gate 3 would have been so cool and unique, and it would have fit Act 1 so well. And it would have also been super interesting in Act 3 to have a goblin running around the city with a party. Like, obviously, that would bring certain interactions if you're playing as a goblin, but maybe like the fact that you're running around with an adventuring group, people don't mess with the goblin. And yes, we need a proper dwarf. If Larian does not include a dwarven companion in this next game, I'm done. I'm done with Larian. Queen Tiamat, hey, what's up? You guys, I am absolutely done. They have betrayed me. They don't have the same mindset as me. We don't have similar tastes. Done with them. Did I save this one? Well, I'm gonna save it again, even if I did. All right, on to the next one. We'll see if my question has been answered. Oh shit! No. Brother Any. No response, man. Wait. No response from Larian. It's not exactly streamer privilege if nobody can find your account. Hey, take it easy on me. I got banned on Reddit for a reason unknown. All right. Well, at least there's responses on it. So the reason why this question is so important to me, it's because I want to know. So in the timeline of events, everyone, Ego Draconis will be the game that takes place closest on the timeline in relation to this next Divinity game. So we need some information on how much of that we should focus on caring about. I'm going to be playing the game regardless, but I want to know, like, should I be studying that lore? Should we really be paying attention to it? Or is it just completely pointless? I can't wait to jump into Ego Draconis, though. I have played it for a few sessions. It's an action RPG. We're going to go, probably after my original Sin 2 run, we'll return to Ego Draconis, but... Yeah, notice me. What the hell's going on? No, I didn't get banned for something controversial. It must have been like inactivity on the account or something. I'm not a very controversial person. Just in general. I definitely didn't do anything controversial with that account that I can remember, but I don't know. All right, let's see. It could have been taken over by a bot or something too. While I'm in here, let's take care of everybody's OCD and let me label this as number 1. It's been bothering me the entire time. No, I'm not very controversial, I don't think. You know, sometimes I give takes on games that people disagree with, but generally speaking, I don't really get mad at people. And I'm like this in real life too. Like, I have a lot of friends from different places. I've traveled the entire world. I've met so many people. Like, I understand that people have different opinions and perspectives. And because of that, you know, I don't get mad at people that often. Although that AI question was funny, but anything in particular that you're excited for players to get to experience in this game? There's a lot, but we prefer to show and not tell. That said, lizard romance seems like it's going to be popular. You disgusting animals, Larian. Somebody says, I know what Luality is going to do in her first run. That's funny. True. I can't open up a million tabs because I think my internet will explode and I'm live streaming, so I don't have that luxury. I'm not privileged like you guys are. With each game, you've improved in writing a story and narrative for your games. What are some of the things you would like to improve narrative-wise compared to your previous entries? Companion relationships. Firstly, to have more interaction between companions, not just with more and better banter, but to have them develop deeper relationships with each other. Great to hear. Just as they do with players. Secondly, to ramp up player friendship and romance more subtly, so relationship building feels natural. Great answer, Kevin. Great answer. So they're going to develop deeper relationships with each other. That's nice. That's nice. So maybe like if there's a camp system, that would be another good question for somebody to ask. Will we have a home? So Original Sin 1 had the hub of the end of time. Original Sin 2 had the Lady Vengeance. Baldur's Gate 3 had the party camp. I wonder what it'll be in this game. There'll probably be some sort of central hub. It's a good answer though. So we can expect deeper relationships with each other for this next game. And more subtly friendship and romance build up. This is great to hear Larian say. Like I said, that was one of my biggest criticisms of Baldur's Gate 3. I don't care if all the companions are pansexual, player sexual, whatever. But man, every single companion wanted to slob on my knob, I'll tell you that. I ended up in some weird scenes I did not want. I actually had to cut a couple scenes out of my Let's Play series. I don't really edit the Let's Play that much because I want the content to feel natural, but like I would end up in a couple scenes where I was like, no, this is not what I wanted. This is not what I clicked on. So I would save scum some of the romance, but I didn't save scum anything else. Everything else was how it played out. Have you thought about accessibility as part of planning this next game as a gamer without... Oh, we already did that one, so that was an interesting question. Hopefully this gamer can be helped out. Is Divinity going to be pulling any particular ideas, gameplay concepts from the original titles? Divine Divinity, Beyond Divinity? Nobody mentions Ego Draconis. Why drop the original Sin title now? Love all your games. Got to meet the team and Sven at PAX East a few times. I was always blown away at how open and willing to chat he was. Can't wait for what's next. Yeah, so I've met Sven multiple times now, and from all my interaction, of course, I don't know Larian like on a personal level, but all my interactions with Sven have been great so far. He just walks around, you know, if you walk up to him, he's willing to talk with you. Just a good person from what I can see. There's never been a Divinity, and now that we can finally make the game we always wanted, we thought it was time to do so. We're taking the opportunity to vastly improve and expand the world building and set a new direction for the series. Great answer. I think it was already a given, but I really want Divinity to be a franchise when it comes to world building that can stand on the level of like Tamriel in The Witcher and stuff like that. And right now it doesn't quite fit that. Even if the original Sin games are better than Elder Scrolls, if you feel that way or whatever, from a world building and lore perspective, I don't even think it's a debate. Divinity lore, just, there's not enough there. Too much is unexplained. Too much is unknown. Too many contradictions. So it looks like they're going to clean all that up for the next game. Sven is a cutie patootie. Evan is the answer. Sven is hot and handsome. Wow. We're getting into some discussions here. All right. Anything else you guys want to say about Sven? What about platonic lizard friendship? Of course. Knowing Larian, we probably all have to bang the lizard in Act 1. It's a forced scene. Baldur's Gate 3 for Switch. We already did that. Why we would have loved to, but it wasn't our decision to make. Oh, interesting. Baldur's Gate 3 for Switch 2. I am going to screenshot this one. We would have loved to, but it wasn't our decision to make. So I wonder, does that imply that Wizards of the Coast made that decision? Or does it imply that Nintendo didn't want it, or what? I don't know what the puzzle says. I don't know if Larian's going to tell us the answer to that. The LED Wars. Sven has answered a question to do with the spectrogram. No. Where is it at, Withered? Is it on Reddit or is it on X? Hey, Larian, would like to kindly make a couple of petitions if that's possible. Do you know, a lot of people in this Reddit AMA have been really good. I love people being better at communicating. Like, great questions, like great tonal attitude on display here. People need to learn how to be more respectful in questions that they ask and understand, like, things that they ask for shouldn't be seen as demands and stuff like that. I just, you know, seeing this makes me happy because you see so much crap on the internet. Everybody's so mean to each other and rude and so entitled and everything. I love that people are doing this. Even the guy who doesn't, he can't even, the guy in the question who said he's blind, he can't see. He was like understanding if there wasn't a way that Larian could make this next game, you know, actually work for him in a way that he wants. This is great to see. Check the trailer again? Really? That doesn't help. I don't know what's in the trailer. On Reddit. Okay. All right. We're going to get an answer to the spectrogram here soon. Once we get to it. It's going to be so... This is a long AMA so far. I think I'm just yapping too much though too. All right. So anyways, from the bottom of my heart, we loved the Larian from Hell channel with Aoife. And with all the charming stories behind the scenes, we'd love if you kept this close relationship with the community. The second petition is to please allocate more units to Collector's Edition and the art books. They have been very scarce to get on physical, and I'd love to have one. Best regards to the whole team. Thank you for your work. So publishing director answers this. Of course, this is quite robust, ongoing work behind the scenes on our distribution and production channels. Of course, our desire is to get high quality bits and bobs to everyone in the world, but we started from scratch. Personally, I really believe in a direct to consumer world. So things being built by us and sent by us directly to yourselves, I think is the right direction. But again, we aren't quite there yet. We're improving on this area. We know we have quality down, but with distribution, we're still struggling. It's a nice approach that Larian seems to have, is they don't like to outsource everything that they do. Especially when it comes to like marketing and stuff like that. Larian doesn't even have an official marketing department, from what I understand. It's like everything they do is just coming from, you know, the Larian devs thinking of things that they want to share with us, which I think is great. And it's such a separation from like games made by EA and Ubisoft and Activision and the way they present their shows and stuff like that. Perhaps in a future community update, we'll go into more detail about these changes. It's a good idea. So the Larian channel from Hell, just so you guys know, it's called Larian Channel from Hell, is Larian's personal YouTube channel, community-focused YouTube channel. And they do live streams over there, like developer interviews and stuff like that. What's up, Frankly? Which one was that? I wasn't looking at the names. Did you see, have you looked into the AI discussion, Frankly? Personally, I think Larian had a pretty good response. I can't imagine the entire world's going to be mad at them. Well, it wasn't the entire world. I can't imagine that people are still going to be super angry with them. Maybe a very small sect of people, but... Okay, on to the next one. Oh, Baby Girl Collector. Here we go. let me just preface this by saying that I am a huge fan of you guys' games, and I've spent, frankly, a concerning a lot of time playing them, and when I don't play them, I talk about them a lot. It actually annoys some of my friends. Will you be bowing less? Oh. Whoa. We aren't done with the controversial content yet. You think that they're okay? Cool. I'm in agreement on that too. I think they have a really good stance on it right now, an understandable stance that makes sense, that will give us the best product that we can have, and while making everybody happy. Will you be buying less to fan pressure this time around? Quite a lot of people, myself included, feel like you tend to listen too much to negative story feedback to the detriment of the writing quality, such as Will getting a rewrite that many felt was not needed and resulted in him being undercooked compared to the rest, making companions less mean, which weakened them, the lack of writing for Helson after you recruit him, as well as lack of use for him with a druid companion in Jaheira. This is a pretty good question, even though if I don't necessarily agree with everything, this is an interesting, good question, I would say here. And anybody that played early access, yes, some of the companions did become less mean. In particular, Shadowheart was very sassy and mean in the early version of early access, and then Larian lightened up on that, which I think you could probably have arguments for both sides of that as to what is good, but that was fan feedback. How many people wanted that, I'm not entirely sure, but Larian did cave to that. Maybe for good reasons, maybe not, I'm not sure. I know it's hard to tell what people like and don't like, since people tend to be louder about the things they dislike than those they like. Very true. But your writers can really cook, and I think it's important to let them, rather than listen to random people on the internet who always find something to complain about, even if there isn't really anything to complain about. Yep, those are all the people that I told you. If you see them posting 4 to 5 times a day on X, don't listen to their account. Don't follow them, don't listen to them. Just move on. These people have nothing else to do. And their entire brain is just consumed with controversy on Twitter every day, all day, every day. They have nothing in their life that means anything to them, which is kind of sad. So their days are spent getting mad at things online, and that makes them feel like they have a purpose. It's sad stuff, but it's true. All right, Adam, Larian's lead writer, says, thanks for playing and my apologies to your friends. It's often in a writer's DNA to listen to negative feedback. We are sensitive souls, but I never let my team bow to pressure. I genuinely enjoy reading and hearing feedback from fans, and our community do influence us, but any decisions made are for the good of the game. That doesn't mean we always make the right decisions, and narrative and characterization are complex beasts. So it's rarely a single writer making any major change. We don't make any changes lightly, because the knock-on effect of even a small adjustment can be enormous. Okay. Great question, though. What a great question. I'm not sure how you expect Larian to really answer it, but I thought that was a good question. Started off respectful too, and then just got into legit concerns that they have. It's just hard to know though, like, you know, making Shadowheart less sassy, was it the right move or not? Some people would say no, but then there's a bunch of people that will say yes, and Shadowheart, I think, is the most popular companion by far. It's hard to know. What does the purple crown next to my name mean? It just means that you've been talking more than other people today, Doc. What's up, Spell? What's going on, man? How you feeling, Spell, about the I'm sure you'll do a video on it, and I'll listen to it. I'm pretty happy with Larian's. I know I know I keep talking about this, I'm sorry y'all, but this is a live stream. I like I said, I'm pretty happy with Larian's response on AI. It's like, on one end, they listened to people and they decided not to use it for concept art, even if you don't think it's a big deal. But they also were just clear with, like, yeah, we're going to use these systems in some ways because it's part of the industry now and it's their responsibility to look into this technology. But at the same time, they have no plans on generative AI taken from other people to ever be used in Divinity. I think it's a great response personally, but I'll be interested in seeing what other people say. Maybe if I go on X, everybody's still mad. I'm not sure. Kind of nervous about going into my back-end files with you guys watching my stream right now. Don't want to bring you guys into the English folder. Some crazy shit in there. Might see a lizard or two. I did see Kevin's comment on Will. I thought it was a good response to that as well. I think it's good that people are advocating for stuff like that. Like I said, some of these topics I don't want to speak too much on or give too much of my own opinion, because if I don't feel like I know enough about something or I haven't critically analyzed something, I don't want to speak loudly about it. So I think these concerns about Will are probably good. And like I said, the questions about Will, if you think Will is a good companion right now, like I do, I think he was good. If they make him even better, we all win, right? So some of these things are things you don't necessarily want to advocate against, even if you disagree with someone's request or whatever. What are the odds of a Switch 2 port? Divinity 2 is great there, and hoping for Baldur's Gate 3 seems like the perfect game to pick up and play, but play it. Oh, wait, we already did that one. No, not part of the Divinity project or any of your upcoming unannounced. Guys, I'm sorry. I can't speak anymore. I don't stream at 8 in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a whole new world for me right now. And I'm losing my ability to speak. My brain's not functioning. Let's start this over. Not part of the Divinity project or any of your upcoming unannounced projects, but I am curious to know, what games are you all playing during your downtimes? I'm finishing up on Outer Worlds 2. Golden Sun, Terra Invicta. All right, I'm not screenshotting that. That's not that important. Are there any recent game releases, circa 25, that stood out as your team is inspiring? We already did that question. I must be missing a few in here. Trying to see if Spell said anything here. Dragon Pink. I'll just keep an eye out for your video, Spell. I'm sure you're gonna have something to say. Get the guy a coffee. I have a coffee, but I haven't been drinking it. Okay, on to the next question, because we already did this one. I think we might be into repeat questions now. No, not completely. There's some new ones mixed in here that I missed earlier. Inksos, thank you so much for the 25. I appreciate that, as well as all the donations that you've done over the past probably 5 years by now. Thank you for the enthusiastic Divinity coverage. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's. Thank you. And yes, the enthusiastic coverage shall continue. Some people called me a Larian shill on the lead up to Baldur's Gate 3. I was proven right. It was okay to be a shill. And if I see things that are good and I have hopes for the future and it's all looking good to me, I'm going to remain enthusiastic. So I try to analyze the way I feel about games, and I try to think, am I too copium right now? Am I too biased or whatever? Like, I think about this stuff often, almost daily. So if I'm actually excited about something, sure, I do huff copium sometimes, but I do think about this at the very least to try to make sure that I can bring myself down to a level that's acceptable. And I think a level that's acceptable for being excited for this Divinity game is you can be extremely excited. I think that's an acceptable, reasonable feeling to feel, so I shall continue expressing those feelings. PG3 being a D&D game had most of the better story and world interactions behind succeeding on rolls and checks, incentivizing character growth and improving stats. This has the drawback of also incentivizing save scumming. It is true. I wonder where this is going to go. Are there plans to try to make failing these dialogue non-combat checks narratively more interesting, like Disco Elysium, to try to encourage players to accept bad RNG? I try not to save scum in theory, but admittedly use only let bad roll go when it feels like there aren't significant consequences. That means I'll be missing out on content I would have wanted. But you can't really know what you missed out on if you don't save scum. Our ambition is certainly to make failure more interesting. There are already a couple of situations in the game where I think the most exciting and extensive outcome comes from failure, but you'll be the judge of how well we do. I mean, I don't really care about this, to be honest with you. Like, if people want to save scum, save scum. It's just... I've seen no evidence that people that like save scumming are having a worse experience than people that do save scum, even though I am of the camp of when I do my first playthrough, I pretty much never save scum, with the exception of a couple of those random romance scenes that I told you guys about in my Let's Play series. But I never save scum on a first run of an RPG. I just let things play out because it makes me feel like choice, consequence, and my actions are that much more meaningful. But it's good to hear Larian say that, you know, they're working on making sure that failures are still super interesting. So it's good if Larian's focusing on that. I guess I'll screenshot it, even though it doesn't... There's really not much here, but... Happy birthday, man. Shout out to Veer. Wait, whoa, what music is playing right now? I gotta make sure I'm not playing copyright music. I might be. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Oh no, this is still Skyrim. We're good. We'll start the playlist over. I'll probably still get copyright playing Skyrim music, which is unfortunate, but it's a risk I'm willing to take for your guys' immersion into this stream. You guys save scummers? Yeah, first run I love not save scumming. And you never know what you're missing out on too. So it's like you can't think that the good content or the passing content would be any better when you don't actually know what it's going to be. Do employees who don't want to use Gen AI have that option, or are they required to use it? The team has full autonomy on what tools or software they want to use. I mean, we've already had the nuanced discussion about AI, but I'll screenshot this. And like I said, y'all, if somebody wants to use Gen AI at home, you're never going to know. There's nothing you can do about it. You're never going to know. Are you still casting any roles for the game? We have started working with actors, but we are nowhere near done casting. As you can imagine, it's a big effort to find the right talent for a game this size, and we tend to continue writing and adding new voices long into production. Why? Do you know someone? Why, yes, myself. I'm looking for a job. Classic. Okay. I don't know. I guess I'll screenshot this. It's good to know that they're already working with actors, but there's still casting that needs to be done. I've saved scum before in fights. In EA? Oh, yeah. You know, when a game's buggy or something like that, I will absolutely also save scum on a first run. There's been situations where, like, even in some RPGs where you click a response and it's not what you thought the response was. BioWare is famous for this. You know, you click something and the way the character says it or what they actually say is totally different. I definitely save scum in situations like that. But I don't save scum if I choose to do something and it caught, like Lae'zel. Oh man, episode 9 of my Let's Play series and the Gith Yankee Crush. I had to roll a 20 in order to save Lae'zel's life. I think she would have perma-died if I didn't roll the 20 in the Purifier. And if I didn't roll that 20, this was one of the most intense. I might pull this up. Hold on 1 second. I know exactly what episode it is. This is why I don't like save scumming. I'm going to show you guys right now. Because this moment would have meant nothing if I allowed myself to save scum. Actually, it was episode 10. This is the craziest moment in my gaming life. And because I didn't know other outcomes, and I assumed that Lae'zel was going to perma-die, this was absolutely insane. I was so invested in what was happening. That's that. Okay, hold on. Where was this? Was it the end of episode 9? That's in that room. Man, I got to replay BG3. Actually don't know where it's at. It has to be in Purification because it's called Purification. Okay, this might be it right here. It's not it. No, this is further. This is at the end. Where the hell? I'm so sorry, y'all. I might just give up on this. I don't know where it's at. I don't know the order that I did things in. This was so much fun. I really wanted to share this with you guys, but clearly. Here it is! Okay. So, I decided to let Lae'zel... So this is how I play games. I decided to let Lae'zel kind of her own accord. I gave her own agency. So I didn't fight back against her and let her kind of act her character out because I figured she knew better than I did about any of this, even though I thought she was making the wrong decision. I let her go inside the purifier. And this is what happened.
You must focus on the parasite at all times. The Zaithisk will do the rest.
An unseen blade cleaves your mind in two. Impossible pain sears your bones and body in concert with Lae'zel's. The Zaithisk psionic forces batter Lae'zel's thoughts. There is no chance she will survive this unscathed.
Yes, child. Speak the Talaket. Meditate on its verses.
You feel Lae'zel's mind rip and rupture. Is this purification? Is this the cure?
God, I forget what I chose here. Okay, so I did at this point. I don't want Lae'zel in there, and I want to persuade her to get out. Get out of there, Lae'zel. Okay, so I did try to persuade her to get out. You won't survive this anguish. What? Look at this. So this is the first over 20, I think, DC check that I ran into. So in BG3 terms, obviously, even with modifiers, you're rarely to ever get up to 30. But in this case, that means you have to roll a 20, because that's a nat 20 and it's an auto succeed. So I have a 5% chance of passing this roll. No way. Is that a bug or is that real? I didn't even know why it was 30 at the time, obviously. 30 difficulty class? You guys are going to have to let me know after you play this part what it was for you. If you go this route. That is... I can't reach it. I can. Are you kidding me? There it is, baby. So if I didn't roll that, I think it's over. I think Lae'zel dies. I don't know if it's permadeath or not, but at the time I thought it was permadeath. So this moment that I had right here, where I actually rolled a nat 20, the only one I could possibly roll, was so meaningful and so exciting. But if I was a save scummer, this wouldn't matter at all, because you just reload. So when I put myself in the mindset of I do not reload unless it's a bug or it's like something I think that's wrong with the game, a situation like this is so exciting. And if Lae'zel died and I lost her as a companion, so be it. That makes me value the lives of the other companions that I'm with that much more. And it makes me want to take care of them and make sure that I don't put them in situations where they can also die. And stuff like that really immerses me in the game. So that moment is one of the most memorable moments I'll ever have in gaming. But if I was a save scummer, it wouldn't mean anything. Now, with that said, I know probably most of you guys save scum. It's fine. Do whatever makes you happy. I'm just explaining to you guys why my mindset when I play RPGs. Okay, back to the Reddit AMA. Kyle, thanks for the Prime. I just seen it right now. I don't know when you did it. You passed that check with 18 persuasion? Damn. Oh my god, you had plus 18? As like modifiers? That's crazy. Okay, are you still casting? We already did that one. Did I write that one down? Hold on, sorry y'all. Let me just double check. It's going to be a pain in the ass for me to have to go back and double check that I did everything. So I'm just going to check right now. Where are we at? Divinity Reddit AMA 49. We have started working with actors. Okay, I did that one. Okay, next. You mentioned that the new game will have a new rule set in the PC Gamer interview. Already did that one. How will you handle the canon issue DOS 2? We already did that one. In Divinity, lizards are hot. Elves are cannibals and weird. Dwarves are seafaring people. Are you planning on giving the orcs a little special twist to differentiate them from the standard fantasy tropes? Without saying which species are in the game, all of them have something unique. I wonder if they'll make undead a playable race. I feel like they kind of have to, right? We're already on 50 right now. They're answering so many questions. Now, I will tell you this, though. The Baldur's Gate 3 AMA was better than this one. The Baldur's Gate 3 AMA, they talked about classes. They actually talked about specifics. They haven't talked about a ton yet in this AMA. Okay, with the sheer impact that BG3 had and the millions of newcomers joining in, has that had any effect on how you build Divinity? Good question. Will it be an easy game to get into, or will it lean more towards experienced gamers who might already be familiar with similar games? For the art people, got any inspiration from games and other media that is a huge influence for you? Always fun to be able to tell when a fan of something created something with that influence in mind, i.e. FromSoft developers being huge fans of the Berserk manga. Right. We have a pretty diverse art team here in Larian, so it's hard to pinpoint anything specific. We love too many things and we spend too much time talking about all the cool games, art, cosmetics, or just geeking out over a post on a art station. Thankfully, this works to our benefit, as we do like to make big and diverse games at Larian, and Divinity will be no different. What we found out to be valuable sources of inspiration are paintings done by old Dutch masters like Peter Bruegel, Hieronymus Bosch. Ultimately, we're searching for the feelings to bring into our game. We're searching for feelings to bring into our game rather than specific visuals, and a lot of us are big fans of FromSoft and Berserk. Wait, we're just going to ignore the first question? Oh, that's the art. Okay, the art director answered that question. And Larian hasn't. Damn, that's the only question. I really wanted to know that one. Because it is true. My guess is Larian doesn't really change much in terms of trying to be a company that can appeal to like a larger group of players, because they didn't really do that with Baldur's Gate 3. You could say that they did in terms of like the CRPG niche specifically, but like the Larian style and the way and the type of game it is, it's similar to their previous game, so they just stuck to their roots but made it better and more visually appealing. My guess is that they would keep that strategy and they wouldn't just start, becoming Bethesda with Skyrim, like streamlining everything that you possibly can. So my guess is that it's still going to feel very much like a CRPG and be quite deep in everything. One of the big reasons why I think BG3 was so successful and brought in so many non-CRPG players was, one, the visual presentation, because not a lot of people want to sit there and just read or listen to walls of text. Like having a visual scene play out is more appealing, but also, two, the multiplayer value of that game, allowed a lot of people to come in that were intimidated and play with their friends and stuff like that and be intimidated together. It's a little bit easier when you try to do something like that. I'm not going to even screenshot this because, well, never mind. Just because I don't really care doesn't mean other people don't, right? Did I already do this? I think I already screenshotted this. I'm sorry, y'all. When I'm ranting, I'm not paying attention to what I'm actually saying. I think I already screenshotted this. Let's do it again anyways, just in case. All right, on to the next one. Considering BG3 was such a hit, why did you not develop Will further? So we already did that with Kevin. Will Divinity be more cinematic like Baldur's Gate 3? Or more in lines of top-down text like Original Sin 2? We have an incredibly talented team of cinematic artists. We already got this one. I wouldn't be able to hold them back from doing what they do best. Obviously, that's a given. They're not going back to a bunch of text. Technology, one of the things I find so interesting about video game development is the big reliance on manual software. We already did that one. What monster designs are you most pleased with in Baldur's Gate 3? Secondly, moving away from Wizards of the Coast IP, are you excited for your team to have more freedom of creature designs and artwork? All of them. Not exactly a monster, but I love the way the Dragonborn came out in the game. Me too. I felt that it struck a great balance of elegance and monstruousness. I haven't heard that word before. Divinity indeed is a different challenge. We have all the amazing ideas from DOS and the previous Divinity games that we would love to look back to get inspired by. So it's going to be a nice blend of looking under the hood of our previous games and making the most of the creative freedom we're getting in Divinity. Yeah, the Dragonborn look great in Baldur's Gate 3, so I'm sure the lizard people are going to look good in Divinity. I'd hate for them to appeal to the masses. I don't think they're going to. Okay, how does the art team feel about the usage of AI? Did I already do this one? I don't know if we did this AI response, so let me copy it. How does the art team feel about the usage of AI? It's actually an interesting question, because art is where I think most of the controversy comes from. Can they walk us through the process more specifically? And if it has been helping in efficiency, will it remain a part of the development process? So Elena says, I can't speak for everyone, but we have a very diverse and international team, and each person has their own opinion on the matter. Of course. People don't realize that, but yes, of course. But in terms of production, we don't use AI to generate our assets. We see AI as a potential tool to optimize certain workflows. For example, it can be used for motion capture data cleanup or retargeting animations from the actor's original performance capture, as already mentioned in the AMA. We don't want to use AI to make game assets, generate models, or even base models to sculpt on top of, because those assets would never meet the quality bar we're setting for the art in Divinity. We've also decided to stop using any AI in concept art as reference material. So obviously Larian caved in a little bit here. Whether you think that's good or bad, up to you. Personally, I probably think this is a good move, because I think they're listening to feedback, and it might be a genuine cave in. It might be like, okay, maybe we shouldn't do this, because like I said, there's a nuanced discussion. So they caved in a little bit with this, but at the same time, they didn't just completely just abandon the word AI. They've talked a lot about how they're using AI, and even generative AI, just not for the just not taking from other people's artwork or other people's work on the internet. I lost my train of thought, but yeah. Okay. We've also decided to stop using AI in our concept art as reference material, so there's no ambiguity about the nature of our art assets. See, I think it's a good thing, because people, if they didn't say that they were done with it, like, people would always question it. That said, having any generated concept art in the game was never our intention. But we already we already all knew that. Like, most people knew that. Not everybody knew that, but let's save this one. Already saved it, never mind. Do you plan on having Divinity be playable on the Steam Deck? We already did that one. What is your writing process like in terms of planning and accommodating players who like to do quests out of order or find hidden little details? So we already did that one. In terms of art direction, are you aiming for continuity with DOS? Rethinking the visual identity to be more in line with BG3? Or are you aiming for something new entirely? In terms of combat gameplay, can we expect similarities to previous DOS titles, or are you taking an entirely new approach? With regards to art direction, Divinity is a new story and will have some continuity in the characters from our previous games. The announcement trailer we released is a good visual tease of what we have in mind, but you have to wait for the full reveal. Caving isn't always a bad thing, keep in mind, y'all. Like, sometimes people, the term, calling it caving, I guess, implies a negative thing, as in you're just giving in because you're worried about what other people think versus how you actually feel about something. But it's okay to go back on things that you're doing. Like, you might genuinely realize or have thought more about what you're doing, and then maybe you even agree with some of the people, you just haven't looked into it enough yourself. Caving's not, it's, listening to feedback's not always a bad thing. Is Boris back for the music on Divinity? Bobby never left. He's cooking. I really hope that Larian drops the main theme song, like Osiris Reborn recently did, Dawnwalker did recently. We gotta be getting close to the end here. Did Larian answer me yet? Because nobody's answered that. Nobody's asked that question. Check in a second. What are your thoughts on the future of gaming? Personally, every year I'm increasingly grateful it's Larian I work for. I don't know if that's screenshot worthy, but... Lae'zel caved when he told her to leave the Zaithisk. Forest Lab is our music director. Why wouldn't he work for the new game? Well, some music directors bounce game to game. They don't necessarily always work for Larian, but Bobby's different. They probably didn't know that. Should we expect updates on game development like Original Sin 2 and Original Sin 1? A lot of people are asking for the panel from hell. I think we're at a stage where we're leaning towards bringing it back. No more leaning. You have to bring it back. But we want to do it in a more tangible, physical way, something that fills the room with energy and forms slightly better than the panel from hell did, while retaining the chaos. Haven't figured out what that is yet, but I can guarantee it'll be a journey we're all on together. You know, honestly, even if the panel from hell's for Baldur's Gate 3, like, even if they just did it exactly the same that they did for Baldur's Gate 3, I think it would be a hit. It was so good the way they did it. Of course, they had some technical issues and stuff like that, but I think they're thinking too deep on this. Like, the panel from hell shows were great, and now that Larian has like a way larger audience, it would be like a new experience for probably 70% of the people watching the panels this time around. Panels were great. Just bring them back. Let's talk about your game, play it, role play. Set up some cool shit in the studio and we'll be happy. But hey, if they want to try to make it better and cooler, I'm all for it. But the way that they're talking here, like, it makes it sound like they're being hard on themselves about the panels. The panels were so good. Informed slightly better than the panel from hell did. I mean, the panel from hell was quite informative. All right. How many are we at right now? 57 right now. It's crazy. I'm actually surprised that they didn't straight up say that I would have thought like panel from hells were a given. Yeah, what does more physical and tangible mean than the panel from hells? It's kind of exciting to think about. All right, we have another AI question. And this is the one that we already did. The first one, what is the challenge you set for yourself as a studio creative this year to make Divinity something we want to play? I mean, it's a pretty, you know, cliche answer, but it means a lot more coming out of Larian and, of course, the owner of Larian. Like, if you hear, like, Ubisoft say that or something, it's like, okay. But it means a little bit more when Larian says it. How much bigger is the dev team for Divinity compared to BG3? Do you expect Larian Studios to keep growing for each new game, or do you expect a limit sooner or later? Do you prefer that a larger game studio focuses on one game at a time, or split up work on projects simultaneously? We were 411 people at the end of BG3 and have around 500 people working on Divinity now. So they didn't really like increase that much. The big increase in their size was during Baldur's Gate 3's development. Our teams evolve in function of the games we try to make and what we think the size of the market is. We grew a lot during BG3 because we wanted to make a cinematic RPG with loads of choice and consequence. We also knew there was a market and scaled accordingly. Our growth has slowed down a bit as we have most of the team in place to make a big cinematic RPG, assuming that it's this one, but there are still a few things that we didn't do before that we're doing now. So keep in mind that Larian announced in the past that they're working on 2 RPGs. So what that means and how much they're working on the second one, only time will tell, right? How crazy would it be, though, to get Divinity and then like a year later we got another crazy game? Thanks, Kirk. Appreciate you hanging out. We talked a lot about AI so far, Pyro, so I don't want to get back into it right now, but I'll have a video coming out summarizing this later today. Maybe somebody in the chat can answer for you, though. I guess I'll give you a quick summary. The big takeaway, I think, the only thing that really matters for most people is that they're not using Gen AI to generate assets in a way where it steals art from other places, and they're not using it for concept art. Already did that. That was another AI question. Cool, this is a cool question. This is a mod question. I do have to run to the bathroom real quick though, so I'll be right back, and then we'll hopefully in the next like 20 minutes or so get through all the rest of the questions. Do I have an answer to my question yet? There's no answer. It's because I didn't solve the puzzle. I really need to know the answer to this question. Okay, be right back. Hate is a strong word, but I really have grown to hate the anti-AI. See, that's the problem, is the discussion has become so radicalized that people are going to both sides and just hating each other, and then the nuanced discussion is kind of lost. But there are people out there that talk about these subjects in a good way, a productive way. It's just that all the crazy people from both sides, you know, that are pissed off at each other, let their emotions get in the way, end up taking over like the headlines and everything, unfortunately. What are some of the mods that you've seen for BG3 that have made you say, we should have thought of that, or we definitely have to include that in our next time around? So Elena says, love all the mods regarding player appearance. Lots of creative ideas in terms of combining outfits, hairstyles, and whatnot. Our character team is always looking for those, and we take note of what our community wants. Nick from Larian says, we're taking notes on all of the UI mods for sure. Ooh, the UI team worked very hard to bring the complexity of an open world D&D adventure to video game format, but we had more improvements in mind that we just couldn't cram into our release. Happy we managed to make UI moddable in the first place. Hopefully they can do some more with inventory management in the next game. Definitely improves from Original Sin to Original Sin 2 and then to Baldur's Gate 3, but at the same time, it's still just, I don't know if we need like things to auto go in certain bags or what, but what kind of innovation do turn-based RPGs need, in your opinion? Right now, when we look at the landscape, storytelling is rock solid, but what about the rest? I'd like our games to be competitive with action games in terms of how good it feels to throw spells around, to explore the world, just to get immersed. There's a lot of innovation that goes into that usually flies under the radar. User interfaces, speed of AI calculations, camera interactions with the environment, and so on. It really brings me joy when I see a player leave a review like, I never play turn-based games, but I enjoyed this one because it means we're keeping up with the industry at large. Original Sin 2 is the game that is responsible for making me like an actual fan of turn-based in video games. And BG3 was like that for a lot of people as well. Turn-based games also have obvious strengths, and we try to amplify them. You can play at your own pace and just walk from the machine if you need to, or walk away. One of the reasons we introduced the on-demand turn-based mode in BG3 was that at any moment you can press a button and the world freezes and you can breathe and look around without stress. So to me, that kind of sounds like they're going to be doing that for the next game. Not fully confirmed. And that's actually an interesting thing that Nick commented on, because Original Sin 2, it's really weird going from Baldur's Gate 3 to Original Sin 2. Because in Baldur's Gate 3, you can pause the world and enter into turn-based mode outside of combat, but you can't do it in the original Sin games. So when you go backwards, it's comical, like watching me try to navigate a trap after having played Baldur's Gate 3. Watching me navigate a trap in Original Sin 1 or 2. It's like, damn it, I'm trying to pause and you can't do it. I think both styles actually have their strengths and minuses, but it was definitely interesting in Baldur's Gate 3. All right, another Gen AI question. The creative process doesn't stop at concept art. Our 3D team uses it as inspiration, guidance, and brings their own artistic vision. We continue iterating on the meshes of all the ways to the final stages. I don't know if we did this one or not. I'll just screenshot it. Oh, we have a Larian answer too from the art director. When I make my summary video, I'll make chapter markers to where like all the AI questions are in one section, gameplay questions in another, story questions in another. It's going to take me more work than I thought. There's a lot of questions here. I'm actually going to read this again because I don't know if we answered this one. So I want to know if Gen AI would be used as an inspiration for concept art or even used to make the concept art. So we already know, I mean, we already know this, but oops. Because I had a lot of people think that concept art phase is the most creative phase of them all and would be marred by the touch of AI. So like, yeah, a lot of people do think that, but I also think that a lot of people are speaking for other people when they shouldn't be. So not everybody feels the same way. Generally, I think that thought makes sense, but there might be some artists out there that don't feel that way too. The creative process also doesn't stop at concept art stage. Our 3D team uses it as inspiration and guidance and brings their own artistic vision to the assets. We continue iterating on the meshes all the way to the final stages because what matters most to us is seeing these assets working in the game. Gerald says, concept art phase is a really creative phase and the reason why I'm in this industry, but our narrative and gameplay teams are equally creative and ultimately we create concepts in unison with the narrative and design seeds they've sown. Our references and inspirations come from a combination of different sources, our experience, online books, films, and games. Like there's a lot of people that are of the mindset that if we've already established Larian's not using Gen AI for concept art, but there's a lot of people that speak for other artists and will say, if an artist references anything with Gen AI, they can no longer create good art. And I think it's such a ridiculous statement. And it just completely takes like the mind of the actual individual artist, just throws it to the side like they're just stupid and they can't see something and then not still be able to create something good. But we already know Gen AI is not being used for art. Probably a good thing, I would say. But I think it's crazy how everybody tries to speak for everybody else. There's probably a bunch of artists out there that might use Gen AI as inspiration. They're certainly not going to talk about it online because you're going to get in trouble, but I don't know if I read this one or not. I understand there's been a lot of discussion around the pushing hard for the negative generative AI stuff. If it was said that it was being used for concept art and then for PowerPoint presentations, so it would be helpful to maybe elucidate what it means exactly and how you're using it inside your studio and how it really affects the new Divinity game. Our team is incredibly creative and we use any visual means we can to communicate ideas across different departments and teams. They are not final products. They are mood boards, doodles, combinations of text and images. Gen AI based imagery was part of that, but by far not the only thing. It was just part of a mix of things we did to get a certain level of understanding of complex matters. There are also Gen AI-based tools that helped us render things faster, lighting, filling textures, etc., which help with presentation. But as I said, we don't want there to be any doubts about the origins of artwork, nor do we want to disrespect other people's authorship. So we've decided to refrain from using these tools during the concept phase. I love that Larian's not trying to like bullshit with some like weird wording. They're straight up just saying that they were using it for moot boards and stuff like that, but now they're not. I really respect that they're straight up with that and not trying to like fidget around the issue or something. Great response. Great response. Like, you guys don't understand, well, not you guys, but people don't understand like how transparent Larian is being with all this, even with their interview with Jason Schreier. And it is a damn breath of fresh air, because all these bigger studios, you have no idea what they're actually doing, and they are not going to tell you the truth. When people listen to like a studio say, we're not using AI or something like that, it's just so stupid to just like full on believe some of these studios. They've lied to us a million times in the past, especially if it comes from a studio under a big publisher. Like, don't believe them. It's cool to see Larian straight up say what they're doing, not try to fidget around it, admit it, and then say why they're going back on something. And just straight up say it. It's a breath of fresh air, and it instills trust in their studio. Are there any books that would be surprised? Are there any books we would be surprised are inspirations for the lore, environment, or overall vibes? The writing team is constantly recommending books to each other, and it makes for a wonderful, eclectic hodgepodge. My current read is The Chatelaine by Kate Hartfeld, and I'm sure it'll join all the countless other books rattling around in my head as inspiration. I don't know, I guess I'll screenshot it. Kyle Smith. My boy. Kyle, when's the last time I paid for your golf? I think I owe you because you've been a member for 62 months now. Who is AI? AI is Al. Yeah, no, none of this was about AI. It's about Al, one of their developers. He's a controversial guy. Bilbo says, way behind, but I do hope they add more accessibility options to this game. I relied heavily on modders. I'm not blind, but I have 2040 in the right eye and 2060 in the left. Bilbo, somebody actually asked a question. Somebody that I think is harder on vision than you are. And Larian said that they're looking into it. So I thought it was a really good question that the person asked in a good way. And hopefully this next game will have some more options for you. Dragon, thank you for renewing your membership. AI is not okay, but Al is okay. All right, on to the next one. Did I get my streamer privilege yet, or what the hell's going on here? Unbelievable. This is just ridiculous. Unbelievable. I have fallen off. My career is over. If I don't get an answer to this question, I'm putting this question on Twitter, and I'm tagging Sven, and I'm tagging everybody at Larian. Where's the answer to the spectrogram? We're still waiting for that. All right, we already know there's going to be mod support. I'm just going to repeat this question because we have people in here that weren't here before. Sven's at the... Oh, Sven's in that one? Hold on. Where? Oh, I just got to... Maybe I have to renew the question. Hold on, let's go back into my profile. Sorry, I'm not the smartest sometimes. 4.5 thousand views, let's go. Oops, nope. Oh, here we go. Okay. Sven answered this question? Where? Oh, maybe in a different reply you're saying? I don't see no Sven response here. His answer's at the bottom. No, so at the bottom down here is a different question. These are different questions down here. My question doesn't have a response from a Larian employee. Okay. Larian confirmed that they're not using Gen AI for concept art. That has been confirmed, yes. They're not using Gen AI in any way that pulls assets from things outside of their own. And they're not using it for concept art. Kirk, thank you for the 10 gifted. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. All right, we already know there's mod support. Oh wait, what was I gonna do? All right, so this is what I wanted to bring up for those of you guys that are coming in late here. Thank you, Kirk. Can you tell us about new mechanics in Divinity that you're most proud of? There was something that bothered me when I explored the starting area of Original Sin 1 and 2 and 3. It stares you right in the face if you think about it. In Divinity, I can finally do the thing I wanted to do in every previous game. So a lot of us are speculating that this means we're actually going to be able to swim, considering that you start all these games on a beach. So it's kind of big news, even though we don't know for sure. Divinity board game. The magic armor system is no longer going to be used, Loth. Or fishing. Yeah, I guess it could be that, but that seems too niche. But I don't know. I mean, I would like fishing too, but I feel like this is a bigger reveal right here. Sven said your next game will be smaller than BG3. Did you guys change your minds, or are you also working on a smaller project? That was back when we were thinking of another D&D game, but that ship has sailed. Somebody brings up how Larian is working on 2 games at the same time, which, as far as we know, is still true. Let's go ahead and just screenshot this. Beach volleyball. Did we find out what the spectrogram is for? Apparently we did. I just haven't come across it on the Reddit AMA yet. There's so many questions. Thanks, Kirk. So yeah, maybe swimming, Gary. We'll see. All right, the WASD movement mod was one of the most downloaded. Larian said no to WASD. So all of you guys that like that, I think are going to have to mod it in. I am so curious why they're so against that, even though I don't really care for it myself. I'm just very curious. Will Divinity be sticking to the armor system? Nope. No more. Divinity will not keep the magic armor system from DOS 2. Another AI response, actually, that I don't recall reading. So let's see. Let's do this. We're going to screenshot this one, put it into my folder. I should have organized these while doing this. I should have put them into like their own subcategories. Can you describe how exactly you use generative AI for game design? The concept art statement was rather vague, and I want to know how it improves productivity over, say, a Google image search. When we talk about game design, the rules of the game, character progression, loot, combat encounters, level layouts, and so on, there is no Gen AI used. Designers are not going to chat GPT to ask, generate me 10 spell ideas. Frankly, we always have more ideas than we can cram into the game. And I think that's generally true, but like I said, y'all, there is literally not a fucking thing you can do if a designer goes home and goes on ChatGPT and asks it for ideas. You will never know. There's nothing you can do about it unless somehow these programs become completely illegal, and even then you probably can download it somehow. But it's good to see Larian saying this nonetheless, and it seems like it's not a core part of their design practice, nor does it seem like it's something that is like openly supported in the studio for doing it in this way. Yeah, they're on their 5th iteration of the Divinity engine. I don't know if we had a question similar to this, but let me read it. Is Divinity slated to run on Divinity Engine 5 or a clean slate design? We indeed have moved to the 5th iteration of our engine for the next game. Increasing the size and density of the game was an important goal, but we also have substantially improved the visual quality of the game. A lot of interesting. BG3 already looks so good. A lot of effort has been put in increasing the quality of our materials and lighting in general. Character rendering specifically has also received a lot of attention from the whole team. And then we also have another Larian response. For each game, we are bringing significant changes to our engine. Since Divinity Engine is fully our own creation, it makes it easier to alter it to serve a new game rather than write a new engine from scratch. So the great thing about that is that it's pretty much a guarantee that this next game will have that Larian feel, because they're still on the same engine as their own engine. It's just like a vastly improved version of that engine. And I think that's great, because then you have new people come into the studio that didn't play a part in the previous Larian games, but they have to learn how to use this engine, and this engine in all ways just speaks Larian Studios. So I think it's so cool that they use their own engine. I think it's a huge advantage that they have. As long as they're able to keep up with the technology and continuously improve it, I think they have a huge advantage over like a lot of the developers that are switching to UE5 and all that, where you see a lot of games that tend to look similar to one another or play similar to one another. Larian's over here with their own engine, nobody else can use but them, and they just keep making it better. All right, will you include any ducks or other new fowl-based NPCs to the game? Should we click on Sven's picture here? Hey, David, what's up? Happy Friday, man. I'm incredibly inspired by this picture. Will we be able to romance them? All right, I'm not screenshotting that question. Will Big Naturals be available without mods in Divinity? So, Big Naturals is a mod that makes characters' boobs bigger. In this case, it's typically referencing Withers' Big Naturals, so it gives boobs to Withers, and they're huge. Larian says, I'll do what I can. Not screenshotting that one. What are you currently playing in your free time? Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Ooh, I like to hear that. I like to hear devs playing complex CRPGs. Hades 2, Indiana Jones, Factorio, Terra Invicta. We already did this question right here about looking up into the sky. It seems like it probably might not have that, but it also might. Not sure. Already did that question. That was the first Gen AI response, I think. Yeah. When deciding on a look or art direction, what guides the direction you end up taking? Art direction is a deep collaboration between the needs of narrative, the aspirations, and the accumulated tastes of myself and my fellow art directors, and the artistic aspirations of the team. Ultimately, we're making a game, and the rule of cool also comes into play. Kirk dropping an... I don't know if you guys can hear me while I'm screenshotting. My whole computer freezes up. Kirk dropping another 10 gifted. Thanks a lot, man. That's huge. Welcome to all the new members. Thanks to Kirk. Make sure you guys say thank you. Even though I'm the one that should be thanking, because I get the money. Thanks for the long time support, Kirk. All right, let's go. Will there be co-op planned? We already know. Yes. Will we have full character customization? We did that. Will the looting system be random? We already did that. What are the main lessons you've taken from developing? There are a lot of lessons. We already know that. Avoid middlemen in the company's structure. Already know that. So will the game be playable in a more third-person view? The camera will work similar as in BG3, so a hybrid of top-down and third-person. So to me, that makes me feel like we're not going to be able to look up at the sky. But that's okay. It's not the end of the world. It's such a small extra request that I wanted. I think we're almost getting done here, everyone. Let me go to, we'll refresh and go to new again. Best new. Where's the spectrogram comment? What am I missing here? Yep, it seems like they're wrapping it up. So only a few more questions here. Agent, thank you for the Twitch Prime. I appreciate it. I'm not sure if mouse and keyboard will be supported for console or not. Good question. The reason why I want to, I don't know if you're speaking about me, Nick, the reason why I want to be able to look up, I don't really care that much, but is because if you can go down into the third person mode and then actually look up at the buildings when you're in the city, it brings about a whole new level of immersion. So being able to be in that city, the next Divinity city, and look up at the sky, or even when you're out in the woods, look up at the night sky, it's like a different type of immersion. It's also more visually appealing to the eye for players outside of the BG3 and Divinity Sphere to see the game and be tempted to come in rather than seeing like a, you know, top-down type game. But they did really good with BG3 with the view too, so. I don't think Larian answered my question yet, but looks like we have a few more. I have a fun one. What is your favorite title from your catalog that you've either played or created? I've been along for the ride since Divine Divinity. What an OG fan. And Divinity 2 left a mark as being one of my most enjoyed titles. Kevin says Dragon Commander. Out of all the games, this is the only one I haven't played, like, at all. Like, I never even touched it. It's also the least appealing looking one to me, too, with the way the gameplay is and everything. But I'm going to give it a shot one of these days. I'll definitely play it before the next Divinity game comes out. Actually, there's no need to screenshot that. Don't save. Do you have any say on performance? With PC upgrades getting worse as time goes on, what would you say about the performance of Divinity working on a weaker hardware? Is the performance comparable to Baldur's Gate 3? Kind of a hard question to ask this early on, but let's see what they say. We are very conscious of the cost of hardware, so scalability of the game is very important to us. Of course, the game and engine are still in heavy development, so it's too soon, figures, to go into specific numbers, but I can say we have invested a lot of time and effort to have constant performance tracking of our game during production. There are a lot of eyes on this. I mean, it's a good response, but I mean, it doesn't really mean anything. Every company says that they're working on performance, right? But I'll screenshot it. But yeah, that third-person perspective of looking up, by no means is it like a demand out of me. It's just like a fun little side thing. If they're able to do it, I thought it would be cool. In truth, if they didn't listen to any feedback on BG3 and they just made the next Divinity game exactly like BG3, like all the systems, it would still be an amazing game. Okay, I'm going to read this one, even though it applies to a small sect of people. Elena, what is something you look for in portfolio of applicants for character art? She said, we look for Gen AI. Would I need to be able to cover the entire range or be really good in 1 to 2? In terms of armor, hair, creature, etc., I think my portfolio is ready, but my shyness might keep me from reaching out to you or your recruiters. Probably pretty tough to get a job at Larian these days because there's such, you know, rock stars of the industry. There's probably a lot of people, assuming it's highly competitive. We aim for our character artists to be capable to handle all the main disciplines for which, for us, are outfits, armors, heads, hairstyles, creatures. However, most of the time people specialize in 1 or 2. That's absolutely okay. In the team, there are only a few people who can handle everything. If we see an artist can efficiently model and reach our quality standards, even in just 1 discipline, they still get a shot. Kirk dropping another 10 gifted. My God, my man. That's 30 total. I don't know what to say. That's a lot. Thank you. Will there be any way to make and play custom campaigns? I wonder if anybody asked the Game Master mode question. I should have made a new Reddit account and just posted like 10 questions at the start of this. I thought there's been some good questions asked, but I feel like a lot of these are not questions that I really wanted asked if they could only answer a few. We need some more gameplay questions. We need some more story questions. We need to know about Game Master mode. We need to know if Ego Draconis is canon. All right, what folktales and legends will serve as inspiration for the upcoming Divinity? I've personally compared the story of the trailer to the legend of Angria Maniu, or the birth of all the evils of the world. I won't mention anything specific because there are too many to mention, but there are so many books about the occult on Sven's desk that I sometimes think he's actually a necromancer. That's actually nice to hear, because obviously the next Divinity game is going to have some really dark aspects to it. Obviously, necromancy is probably going to play a big part in it. Yeah, Skull to Kirk. Skybox for BG3 is underdeveloped. Yep, I'm very aware of that. That's why the request is to develop the skybox for the next game. But it's not a real request. It's just a side little thing. Like, if they're able to get around to it, it would be cool. Very aware of why it doesn't exist in Baldur's Gate 3 and why it's a mod, and the mod's actually not perfect. And I'm also very aware that there's a lot of CRPGs out there that the perspective that you're looking down at the world in is the only perspective that works. Like, there's even some games out there where the assets aren't even like 3D, where you can't turn the camera and stuff. Some games, you just, if you were to actually be able to get into like a third-person perspective, it would completely shatter the game's image. Definitely not an easy thing to ask for, but it would be a cool thing if they're able to include it. And it would be optional, so it wouldn't affect anything, anybody that doesn't want to use it. How's the mood in the studios? Is it a nice time working at Larian? It's always been great working at Larian. What else can they say to that? So in BG3, there were hints of werewolf halfling lady being a character at some point. Yeah, I remember her. Her name was like Helia or something like that. You guys remember Chublot from Baldur's Gate 3? I don't know what happened to Chublot. I sent Chublot a message on X like a year or two ago to check and see how he's doing, but I didn't get a response. Chublot used to do a lot of Baldur's Gate 3 data mining videos, so very spoiler type content during early access, but he was such a great YouTube creator. He could have easily made a huge career out. Maybe he didn't want to, but he could be huge in the YouTube space with his personality, with his video editing. He was really good at what he did. All right, so Divinity already has hot lizards, and we finally able to romance Big Wolf Lady in Divinity, asking for a friend. And more serious question, working with the proprietary tech in the current climate of the industry likely comes with a bigger challenge for onboarding new hires when you're scaling up a project. Since most potential hires likely have Unreal or Unity experience, has this affected how you've designed your engine and editor? Interesting question. Developing games is always hard no matter what engine you use, but our proprietary engine allowed us to build tooling and technology over the years that exactly suits the type of game we want to make. For us, that has been a tremendous advantage over the years. You know, another thing about Larian too is they're very good at retaining talent overall. I think compared to like other studios, like obviously EA and all of them, they're just hire, fire, every cycle, hire, fire, get those quarterly profits up, hire, fire. Larian seems to be a studio that focuses a lot more on trying to, obviously devs are going to come and go all the time, but tries to really retain that talent. And I'm assuming that they really think about it with the developers that truly understand the engine that everybody's working on. On the hiring front, I can mainly talk about the programming front, but I would say we very much attract... Oh, wait. Okay, developing games is always hard no matter what engine you use, but our proprietary engine allowed us to build tooling and technology over the years that exactly suits the type of game we want to make. For us, that has been a tremendous advantage over the years. On the hiring front, I can mainly talk about the programming front, but I would say very much attract people looking for a challenge and who are eager to expand their skill set beyond what they know. I would also book that as a plus. Your friend sounds very cool. Yeah, Chublot was awesome. What do you do when bringing in new talent at Larian? Looks like a lot of people want to get a job at Larian. Talent, passion, and work ethics. Not really worth a screenshot, but I guess that's good. Can you speak a bit about the team and the environment at the stage of development cycle compared to the same point in BG3's development cycle? I think we're further ahead, but I'm afraid of saying it. The game already has a very strong identity, which is fantastic to see. It's good to know. The earlier you can create that strong identity for a game's development, the better. I mean, look at Dragon Age: The Valguard. It was like 8 different games at one time. And then at the end, it ends up not being really anything. It doesn't end up being anything good or special. Uh-oh. We got another controversial question. Stick around, folks. Can we ask about romanceable short kings? I already said if they don't have dwarven companions, I'm going to be pissed. Legitimately. Genuinely angry. Yeah, Nick, I agree. I don't want it pushed as a main priority. It's kind of, if you have the ability to do it, go for it. If not, I don't want it to take away from the rest of the game. All right, here we go. Hold your horses, everybody. Remember to respect each other and love each other, okay? We're all human beings with our own perspectives, trying to make it in this very complicated, confusing world. Given the report of harassment published on Blue Sky, are there plans to improve workplace safety similar to the safety work for actors, like structures outside the hierarchy swarm to confidentially... I'm sorry, let's start this over. Given the report of harassment published on Blue Sky, are there plans to improve workplace safety similar to the safety work for actors, like structures outside the hierarchy sworn to confidentiality where people can safely report problems, or other more helpful steps? The intimacy coordinators for actors give me a lot of hope for that. Sven, the owner, says, I saw that too, so I had investigated because it shocked me. The description of what happened doesn't match the Larian team at all, so I think this is referencing somebody on Blue Sky made some post about working at Larian. I don't want to speak on this too much because I looked at it briefly and I just moved on from it. I think there was some accusation of like a Larian employee, probably disgruntled employee, said something about working at Larian, that they were harassed or something like that. We have no idea like if it's true or not. Could be somebody that was anti-AI. It could have actually happened. There was no proof of anything actually being legit. Let's see what Sven says here. The results of the investigation were that no allegation resembling a description was ever reported by anyone, nor did anyone in the team see something like this. We have formal and informal HR channels for reporting and addressing workplace concerns, including harassment. While I hope people on our team feel confident enough to come forward with any issue they have, they don't have to, as we also have an anonymous reporting whistleblowing channel operated by a third party where people can submit reports. It's open to both our staff and our contractors. I can also tell you that any report is always investigated, and if necessary steps are taken. We are very intolerant to any form of harassment. I can guarantee you we would never let someone who did what was written in that message remain on the team. My door remains open should they wish to reach out. I mean, I think I would assume that this is true, but I guess we never know, right? When stuff like that happens, you just never know. It's something to take note of in the back of your head. And then if like in 5 years from now you see like there's been like 100 more harassment complaints working, and then the red flags start circulating. There's been 0 red flags from Larian in any of this. We have no idea who that person is, what they did, why they were fired. They could have just been an insufferable person and they're just pissed off, or maybe somebody harassed them. I guess we don't know, right? I guess I'll take a screenshot of this. People on the internet are crazy these days, so it's just hard to know, right? Oh, what's up, Slandered? Oh, Slander, I'm actually looking forward to hearing your thoughts on the AI. So Sven said they are not using Gen AI. Actually, the whole company said we're not using Gen AI anymore at all when involved with concept art. They are using it in other aspects of the program, of like programming and stuff like that, with different machine learning techniques, but that they will never pull assets from places that are not their own. I'll be interested to hear your opinion on how you think it all went. But there was a lot of AI questions. I was pretty happy with the response for Larian, but I came into this whole thing not really caring that much anyways. Like using Gen AI and moot boards, it's like, sure, I don't really like Gen AI, but I didn't really care that much, especially on that level. But they had some interesting answers, and they seem to be pretty transparent with everything too. But they kind of went back a little bit on the Gen AI being used for anything concept art, which I think was the main complaint a lot of people. But then also admitted like there's certain systems that they're going to continue to use for the game's development. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. I haven't checked Twitter, I haven't checked YouTube, but from my personal perspective, I really liked the responses to everything. It seems pretty reasonable to me. Okay, so we got that one. The Divinity trailer was some of the most brilliantly visceral stuff I've seen in a while. What's the goal in putting together trailers at Larian? Oh, this is a new one, actually. Broadly speaking, anything we do that isn't the game Broadly speaking, geez, God bless. Broadly speaking, anything we do externally that isn't the game is designed to give people a good time, to make them smile. I think that people in our audience specifically have a really good sense of humor, and while there were a few conversations of what too far might be, we were all laughing so much during production of the trailer that we kind of decided to have faith that folks at home would be too. If you look at the little details, the context, the fact that we managed to get it shown on such a big stage, it's a very funny thing. I saw some industry criticism that suggested that tonally, there's one rule for Larian and another for everyone else, and it's such a weird take. Generally in life, even in business, if you all really believe in what you're doing, that energy is infectious and people tend to want to get behind it. There's more to it than that, but that is a foundational truth I will always believe. We just want to make people laugh. My first reaction to this trailer was, does Jeff know about this trailer? You know, I'm a big fan of the Larian trailer. I thought it was excellent. But I do think there's some fair criticism behind airing it at the Game Awards like that. Even though there was the warning for mature audiences only, it's the Game Awards. Nobody's looking away when they see like a note like that. I was very surprised that it was shown, especially that early on in the Game Awards. And I think, I don't care, but it was actually very surprising that they just showed all that on such a big stage. It was such a brutal trailer with the lizard sex and everything. I think there's a debate to be had in there, like what should be shown at the Game Awards and what type of warning should you give. But I'm all for it, man. I thought it was great. Yes, I'll make a video about this, so it'll probably be out in a couple hours after I end this stream. All right, Slandered, see you later. The AMA has officially ended. Mine has not, because we still have a lot of answers that we're waiting for, including my question as a streamer. Nobody's answering my damn question. How do you spell Reddit? This is unbelievable. How do you get to the replies? No answer. No answer. I'm no longer. I have to accept it. Larian doesn't like me anymore. They don't like me anymore. Okay. Shit, what are we doing here? Let's get rid of this. Guys, I'm sorry. There will be no more Divinity content on this channel going forward. And I'm going to speak genuinely right now. Not a fan of Larian. Not a fan of Baldur's Gate 3, and Original Sin 1 and 2 suck. See y'all later. I gotta get a multi-monitor. Like this 2-monitor setup isn't working anymore for this shit. This is crazy. Let's go to X. All right, we're gonna comb through just a little bit more quickly, and then that'll be it. But what's up, Free? Okay, we're going to go back to newest. I'm going to do a really quick comb here. AMA has now ended, so we got that and then recent answered, so. Kind of sick of talking. I don't get how this all works. It's like, I go to unanswered, answered, and new, but then it's like the order is not the same as it was before. I don't get Reddit at all. My question is more general. I don't have a clue on what goes on in video game creation. What do you say programmers or QA testers do when a project is in its conceptual phase? Do they just wait until they have something to work on? And if they're just waiting, do they still get paid? Love your CRPG games. Hope you guys make a sci-fi CRPG. I think this is actually a big problem that studios have, is like the in-between periods. Sometimes it really requires a lot of planning and foresight to handle like when one game finishes and moving into the next. Programmers have a lot of preparation work before production can actually start. Any new technology needs to be designed, developed, and be in a workable state before you can move a team to actually start using it. Even in a conceptual phase, a lot of feature requirements are already known or were discussed before. During this pre-production, QA is also an essential part of the story. I can assure you no one is bored during the conceptual phase. Go to the account pages of Larian people. All right, but I mean, shouldn't that? I mean, answered questions should give the same results. I'm on the answered. The filter is answered, which means everything I'm scrolling on would be people that are part of the thread that work for Larian would be shown, but maybe it's buggy or something. I've done 74 of these. Oh my god. Somebody find the spectrogram one for me. You know what? I'm going on my... Anybody that's part of my Discord server, if you guys find the spectrogram question, please send it in Divinity General right now. I got my Discord server open right now. Like, how did I not see this one earlier when I organized it? What fantasy genre best describes the atmosphere and setting of Divinity? More the direction of BG3, high fantasy, or will it be a more grimdark setting as the trailer kind of suggested? Or something entirely different? I don't think there's one specific genre or subgenre that could describe the entire game. I will say there's a lot of folk horror percolating in my brain. So you do kind of get that vibe when you're watching the Divinity trailer a little bit. Control F. Oh yeah, you're right. I could do that. The problem is, I don't think it searches the entire page, right? It only searches like what's on your screen. I don't even know if it's a spectra. Oh! Thanks, Georgie. What's up with the spectrogram? I thought it was going to be easy to find. Perhaps having a really good look at the high-quality version of the trailer will help. I already have the press kit. Did somebody figure it out? What does that mean? It's still a puzzle. Perhaps having a really good look at the high-quality version of the trailer will help. So Sven's header that we're trying to... This is what Sven wanted us to decipher. And the answer is in the high quality version of the trailer. That still doesn't make sense to me. We're going to pull up the trailer here in a second. Still got some more questions here. I'm going to screenshot this just so I don't forget. Yeah, he posted think out of the box. So we're looking at the You know what? I don't feel that stupid because I feel like nobody else figured it out either, so. That's the link to the answer. That link brought me to the press kit, which I've already downloaded, and you can find the trailer in there. I already have that on my computer. Wait. Is there something on this screen? What other studios or people in game development do you look up to? Wadget Eye is out there making one incredible point-and-click type game after another. They've got the magic. Never heard of that studio. Have to check them out. Did somebody figure that out for me? I'm a streamer, you know what I mean? Like, I don't gotta do any work on my own. I just let you guys figure it out and then I take credit. It's that easy. One of the criticisms of BG3 writing is that the party members don't have as much of a relationship between each other or talk to each other as much as other RPGs. Is that something you've considered when writing Divinity? Yeah, the goal is to have more interactions between party members, and it won't always just be talking. So I think that's a good response right there. They already responded to a similar question. I think we can expect a lot more out of companions this time, especially the ones that you're not necessarily interacting with yourself. Looks like the opening sound of the trailer. What does that mean? In the trailer appears to be the moment where the guy bursts. Okay. All right, we'll take a look at that in a moment. This is a response question we already had, but a new response I didn't see. Over the years, we've seen several major studios stick very strongly to their in-house engine, sometimes seemingly at the expense of the final game itself. For example, Starfield with Bethesda or Cyberpunk with CD Projekt Red. How do you explain this kind of stubbornness around proprietary engines, and why does this approach appear to work so well in your case? Building and maintaining a proprietary engine has some strong benefits for us compared to more generalist game engine. We can make choices that exactly suit the type of game we want to make. Over the years, we have built strong tooling and technology that benefits us a lot, and this is technology that simply does not exist in other engines. Yep, and that's why Larian's games feel so unique compared to other games. The next game will be the 5th iteration of our engine, so this is something that grows over many years. To have full control of how and when we release features, internally or externally, is an advantage not to be underestimated. Good morning, Slice. That probably was Kirk. Kirk gifted 30 memberships today, so. Can't believe I've saved 79 questions so far. Cyberpunk is great. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of, this commenter obviously imported their own subjective opinion into that question, but it's all good. What so far has been your favorite part of making Divinity, and what has been your least favorite part? Least favorite, answering questions about AI. Favorite, all the rest. I'll probably include that in my AI section. Whether you agree or disagree with Larian's use of it, even though I think they made it pretty clear in this one that they're not using it for concept art, you gotta admit, having to answer questions on this stuff with the current state of the internet is an absolute nightmare. Are there any specific artists or paintings which have or will shape Divinity's look? I always see a similarity in the art direction of Original Sin 2 and BG3 with Salvatore Rosa's paintings. Not specifically to shape Divinity's look, but the concept art team found a lot of inspiration from classical paintings, particularly Old Dutch masters. I might have already screenshot this one, but... You guys are over Bethesda. Bethesda does have some reputation damage that they have to work on a little bit. They don't seem to care much about it, though. Somebody's asking how they got into the game industry as a writer. Very personal question. Best device I have is to write a lot, read a lot. BG3 had a fantastic romance that lasted through most of the 3 acts. Are you doubling down on this? Is there even greater focus on it? New question. When we were designing and writing the romances, the goal is to make them memorable and to have them feel like a natural part of a character's personality and relationship with the player. That means we discover the way to tell the romances as we develop the companions and their stories alongside character artists, cinematic artists, animators, performance directors, actors, and other developers. I hope we'll manage to push deeper into the depth and complexity of romance, love, and some other, not always positive, emotions. Very excited to see what our cinematic team cooks up. I like that they said this right here. I think developing deeper relationships with companions that are sometimes more negative, I think is a really good thing, and a very realistic type of companion disapproval system that more games could benefit from. Yeah, I love conflict too. We got some good questions in here that didn't pop up when I was doing this before. Narrative question. One of the problems with branching path narratives or giving the player too much freedom is that it can get a bit messy quite fast and muddy. The main narrative and story the game is trying to convey. Considering Divinity will be grander in scope compared to BG3, I'd imagine there would be more branching narratives and ways to tackle problems. In what ways do you try to achieve this, but at the same time mitigate the problem of narrative falling apart without railroading too much in certain key story beats? Sven, the owner and creative director, says, and don't forget multiplayer. That makes it even harder, but it is one of the things we want to get better at with each game we make. We hate railroading. We want you to have total freedom, but still experience a compelling narrative. I'm talking too fast. I can't breathe right now. Jeez. No wonder my blood pressure was what was it last night? 145 over 95? We learned a lot from BG3 and are now applying those lessons together with a host of new ideas. I mean, it's not really it's not really an answer. I mean, it is, but it doesn't tell us anything we didn't already expect, but that's fine. I love companions who don't agree with me. Me too. Not everybody feels that way, though. There's some people that despise companions that can leave your party. There's some people that don't like that at all. Like, they just want every companion to be friends with them, to romance every companion, etc. All right, Meyer messaged me on Discord. Sven's Larian comment on the AMA. I already got that, though. It's the monolith at 228. Okay, hold on. Somebody did the research for us. Okay. So the monolith. But what's the secret here? That's the big thing, is that they hit a monolith in there? I guess you can see it. Look at the... There must be more meaning to this. You guys see in this... I don't know if it's a spectrogram, but... You can see the monolith with the 7 appendages. But what is the cryptic message being told here, is the question. Nobody can seemingly figure it out, which is crazy. I see it too, but what's the big surprise of that? Like, that can't be the big message. They hid a picture of the monolith in it? Like, we already have seen the monolith, so there has to be more to it, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's not a big deal that the monolith is in there. There's got to be something going. There's got to be some message or something that it's the monolith. So that's the big secret? That they hid something we've already seen in a picture? There's no way. There's no way. Yeah, maybe we're being trolled. All right, when creating companion characters, where do you start? From aesthetic vibe, an archetype, a story role that needs to be filled, and where do you find your inspiration? From concept art standpoint, I see companions as an opportunity to inject culture and history of the world we are building, either overtly in their costume design and appearance or subtly in their accessory details. This may not exactly be a starting point, but it's a great foundation for inspiration. Seems like there's a lot of devs asking questions versus players. Like, how do you get a job at Larian? Put the image above the video and semi-close your eyes. Sven was indicating that it's an easy thing to solve. So it can't be this deep. It can't be like, you have to code this out and then, I don't know. I didn't cover the Outward 2 interview yet, no. Will there be sex? Does a bear shit in the woods? I think we're almost good here, everyone. Will interactions, I just keep finding new ones, it's crazy. Will interactions with NPC be mocap like BG3? One of my favorite things was how every NPC felt unique to interact with. Me too. In fact, we just built 4 new VO performance capture volumes with more in the works. Sounds like Sven is having some fun doing some steganography and coding an image into the spectrogram, even if it's something we've already seen. Maybe. Yeah, maybe we're all thinking way too deep into this. Maybe it is just a picture of the monolith. Nobody's discovered any hidden text, so... And why did Sven say... I don't know. We'll see in a little bit. Bilbo, if you're here right now, this is the person that was asking, as a gamer without sight, no sight whatsoever, who wanted to play BG3 but couldn't without constant sighted assistance. I'd love to be able to play Divinity on my own terms. And Bird at Larian says, I'm interested in this. In your experience, what are games that do well on that front? So Larians get some inspiration for accessibility for people that can't see that well. How did this puzzle get started? Sven literally changed his X headline to this, and nobody even noticed. But then he said something. I tweeted out. I quote tweeted Larian's AMA date, and Sven commented, if you can figure out my header, Wolfheart, I'll let you ask one special question. And then I had the internet help me. And I don't think anybody figured it out. And that's how it started. Is Divinity going to be pulling any particular ideas, gameplay concepts from the original titles, Divine Divinity, Beyond Divinity? Why the original Sin title now? Love all your games. Got to meet the team. So we already did that question. Baldur's Gate 3 for Twitch. All right, I think we're pretty much... Unless there's anything that you guys know that I missed. Is this a new AI question? A follow-up to my previous question, as far as you can tell us, we are the greatest what are the greatest differences between working on concept art with AI integrated in the workflow as opposed to a few years ago when it was not integrated? Thank you very much in advance. Now, I do just want to preface for anybody that's coming in right now, Larian said they're not using Gen AI as part of their concept art structure anymore. Gen AI, like any new tool, starts off as a novelty and it takes a bit of time to fully test and explore where it ultimately fits into our creative workflows. The AI tools, particularly Gen AI tools, change so fast that it's hard to tell where it's going or where it'll end up. When I started as a concept artist, I used to have to scan my pencil drawings to be cleaned on the computer, but now we have VR concepts, photo bashing, 3D concepts on top of just drawing with our tablets. I would say that we're now so spoiled for choice with all these different tools, AI or not. It's becoming very clear that having a strong intent and desire to come up with novel, original, and fun ideas is more important than ever. Seen people saying 4K made me think maybe something very tiny inserted into the pic. How? Nobody asked. I really need my question answered. I don't know if I talked about this one. How will you handle the canon? Oh no, we did already talk about that one. How do I find love in real life? First step is to look in the mirror and learn to love yourself. What a great response. Actually, is a pretty good response, right? Alright, I'm going to bring up the Divinity trailer. I just got to be careful because it will demonetize and age restrict everything I do. I think I've gotten to all the questions. Will I be able to create a goth baddie? Technology that runs your games is very impressive and has delivered great games. Have you ever considered licensing out the technology to other game studios for them to make their own RPGs? My mind goes to the example of Obsidian using Bethesda's technology to make Fallout New Vegas. Thanks, I'll be sure to pass that message on to the team. Probably not going to. Licensing is not something we are considering right now. We would need to give active support to our licensees. Yeah, forget about that, Larian. Just keep focusing on your own games. You don't got to give your shit to everybody else. That's their competitive advantage, actually. That is literally one of their biggest competitive advantages, is their own engine and knowing how to use it. How complex did the code base of EG3 become late into dev? Very. Is the threat of Great Acorn still looming over Rivellon? Is that a Sir Laura reference? It is not. All squirrels were smited. There's a character in Original Sin 2, for those of you guys that haven't played it. Little squirrel character. That has his own personal quest that's going on. I'll talk about Sir Laura on a future video. I think this is everything. Yeah, that's gotta be it, right? These are all responses from Sven, the creative director. Thanks, Kirk. There's a few in here that I didn't get to. I don't think this is important, but Adam, the writer, says, people think I moved to Belgium for Larian, but I came here for the beer. I'm reading the Indifferent Stars at the moment. Will give you space to build your relationships. Won't mention anything specific because there are too many to mention. Kirk with another 10 gifted. 40 gifted memberships tonight from Kirk. That's insane. You're not drinking right now, are you, Kirk? Because I don't think I can refund you. And I already got to pay taxes on those now that it went through the YouTube system. Is there any small spoiler you can give us that will sound completely nonsensical until we play the game? Adam, Larian's lead writer, says alligator. It's your money and it's 10 a.m. Also, your central time, or are you in the, what state do you live in? You must be in, well, you might not be in the States. You could be in South America. I hate Reddit. Like, I hate navigating it. It's like how do these questions not come through when I already searched with filters on? This was 4 hours ago and I never came across this question. If you've seen our announcement trailer, you have an idea how dark the world of is. Want to give players the opportunity to be the light in that darkness. We already know that. I mentioned Blake Manor. Yeah, the goal is to have more interactions between party members, people, track choices, and documentation. All right, I think this is a new one I didn't read before. No refunds. Yeah, there was an alligator in the statue, or a crocodile. I don't know which one it was. There are saltwater crocodiles in Original Sin 2. How big will the ground effects be in Divinity? My guess is less than Original Sin 2. They got a lot of feedback in BG3 to tone it back in early access, and they did that, so. All right, what resources do you use to add so much interactivity and choice consequence to games? I've always wondered what techniques or tools you have that allow you to consider so many choices in your game and have impact. Even smaller stuff later on. Do you assign specific people to flesh out each choice or interconnectivity opportunities, or do you have a tool that highlights each area relevant to a choice or character? Seems like whatever it is, you're able to bring out more potential in each player option than other devs. People, we track the choices and documentation, but the best resource are the developers and the game. We spend a lot of time playing the game, and we try to add in the options that we'd want to experience as players. Usually there are a few different specialists attached to a situation: writers, scripters, level designers, artists, combat designers, and more, but no situation stands alone, so we're never siloed away from one another. Collaboration and iteration are the key. You know, I like a lot of these questions, but I was hoping people would ask some more gameplay specific questions, unless maybe people did and Larian just chose not to answer some of those. That's probably what happened. Like, I thought every question would be like, we had the armor system question, but like, it would be like, how are action points going to work? Like, will we have a class system? Will it be classless? But those might have been asked and Larian just might not have answered. I don't think I read this one. What is your writing process like in terms of planning and accommodating players who like to do... No, I did read that one. Okay. Where's that response? Was this deleted or is it right here? Here we go. Does it concern you at all that the level of mature content in BG3 and seemingly the new Divinity may turn off a sizable demographic of potential buyers? I would think probably no, because I don't think it's sizable enough. I mean, the most popular like media isn't worried about going too graphic or anything. Look at Game of Thrones. The success of BG3 would say you are doing just fine, but I am also curious as to why there's such a stark contrast in mature content from Original Sin 2 to BG3. It's not really true. In fact, I think Original Sin 2 might be more sick than BG3. The problem is there's no immersive visual representation in Original Sin 1 and 2, and the general tone does feel a little bit whimsical, and the game is quite bright. But when it comes to actual writing, I mean, I can't say this for certain, but I feel like Original Sin 2 has more disgusting dark themes than BG3 does, but I could be wrong. Thanks, K-Man. What's up, man? Can I send you a link? Yeah, you can. You just can't send it in the chat, so maybe on Discord? I'll take a look at my Discord server in a second. To be honest, I love Original Sin 2, but I just don't like BG3's level of mature content, which is why I didn't play it. I know this view often gets ridiculed, but everyone has their limits. A bunch of people... It's a fair question. Like, this player has their own preferences. Obviously, people don't want to show Larian that this is something, a common point of feedback, but it's fair to this player. We're making the game we want to make and that we want to play, and we hope lots of other people want to play it too. It'll take our characters and players to some very dark places. I think a big part of the change from Original Sin 2 to BG3 is in the way the mature content is shown. Cinematics show what was often told in the past. I hope that Divinity will be a mature game in its narrative and emotional complexity, not just in the level of sex and violence. That said, it's good to know your own limits. I'd love you to try Divinity or watch some streams to get a feel for it, but I'd never ridicule anyone for deciding something that isn't for them. It'd be a boring world if everything was for everyone. So, good response out of Larian. Yeah, the last thing we need is Larian to Disneyfy. We have too many studios already doing that, so... But it's a fair request out of a player who has their own feelings on things. Couldn't play BG3 with the bean for a while. Yeah, I get that for sure. Yeah, I can't imagine playing with a child. It would be pretty weird. All right, let's see, let's go back. Kevin. Here we go. I missed some really important questions. Have you brought on new narrative designers for Divinity? The lore feels quite disconnected. As a matter of fact, we brought on a storytelling team devoted to developing deep and consistent lore story in the Divinity universe. I already knew that. I think they said that before, but it's great to see it as a question here. I'm happy that I'm going through every single developer here. Yeah, Original Sin 2 is not that lighthearted, and some of the themes that play out, it just kind of gives the feeling of it being lighthearted. All right, we're good with Kevin. Greg. Larian responding to Larian. Will there be sex scenes? Greg from Larian says, does a bear shit in the woods? Michael from Larian says, what does he do in the woods, Greg? This is why I like Larian, because they could just say whatever they want most of the time. I mean, obviously they have to conduct themselves with some professionalism, but there's a lot more authenticity when you hear Larian Studios speaking, especially publicly. It's like they're talking about this, but they're not worried about, oh my god, is Sven allowing me to say this or whatever? Check out this one. What is your writing process like in terms of planning and accommodating players who like to do quests out of order? So I've already done this, actually. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Hello, I'm a new fan since last year. So far, I've liked your games a whole lot. I especially like the romance of your games, such as in DOS 2 and BG3. So my question is, will you be trying to add more of the romance scenes or keep it at the level of BG3? We definitely want to progress from what we've done before. There's been a lot of learning as to what worked and what people liked. We plan to apply all that for Divinity. Also, maybe polar bears. See what I mean about Larian saying whatever they want to say? Imagine saying that and you like work for Ubisoft or something like that. There's no jokes when you work for Ubisoft. Okay, a couple more just to go through here and just double check. I'm happy that I'm going through, fine combing through it. I like the question about the races. They're not going to tell us what races are playable yet, but they said rewatch the trailer and you'll get some hints. To me, that's a confirmation that Orcs is going to be a playable race. We've already talked about AI for like 2 hours, so I'm just going to screenshot this just in case. Oh, we have a response to a response. No, I think I have. People are real serious about getting to the very, very bottom of this AI stuff, aren't they? Very, very serious. This is the machine learning director at Larian, just so you know. So all these are about AI for the most part. What does machine learning director do? Combat IA background dialogue. It's actually pretty straightforward. As an ML director, I'm in charge of leading our ML team. We have an ML team whose purpose is twofold. One is to support development by helping solve concrete production problems through automation, and the second is to prepare ourselves for a future in which ML will help drive reactivity to player agency. Might have already read that. Let's just double check here. I'm at 94 questions right now saved. That's insane. All right. So this was a response to a response. Sven made a response about AI. And somebody asked a further question. I have a couple questions. You mentioned that you'll use Gen AI model trained on data you own for game assets. Is this the case? for everything else? If not, how so? What's an example of in-game assets that could be generated by AI? Haven't understood the distinction between creative assets and just regular assets here. Can you give examples of the uses for Gen AI across departments to refine ideas? There's currently one example of ML-generated assets that end up in the game, and that is within our cinematic and animation pipeline. In this pipeline, we try to capture the actors' performances as best we can, so we use ML models to clean, retarget, and even add motion when it's not motion captured. These models are trained exclusively with Larian data. It's pretty reasonable to me. My guess is 99.9% of people are fine with that. Yeah, we're done with Gabriel. The machine learning director. The most hated job title in the industry right now. All right, let's see what Michael has to say if we missed anything. Definitely don't remember this one. What aspects of the game are you most excited about? Personally, the combat. If you go back and play DOS 2 or indeed play it for the first time, you forget how snappy it is, how much freedom there is. Nick and the combat team are really cooking. I think it'll be the best combat we've ever produced, but I'm biased. Not really worth a screenshot, I guess, but whatever, we'll do it. Guess it's good to hear, right? My first reaction to the trailer was, does Jeff know about this trailer? Such a creative and interesting trailer. Definitely got a reaction out of my friends and I. It's cool when devs do what they're passionate about. Jeff was on board immediately. The whole team was. That guy gets a lot of shit, but he is super based when it comes to content. There wasn't a whiff of trepidation. It was relief. I assume the moment the trademark of the logo is found by the community, your most kept secret suddenly shattered just before the reveal. Will you guys be more confidential in the future to prevent another trademark leak to ruin the surprise? So the trademark leak kind of gave away that the monolith at the Game Awards was a Larian Studios thing, but it only leaked like a couple days before. It's probably not a big deal. And obviously it was a success still. The immediate reaction is a mix of anger and disappointment, but it's really important to remember there are human beings behind this, and that the most important thing is faith in what you're building and who you're building with. It's only video games. Yes, we'll be more careful. By the same token, we'll try to focus on why we do this in the first place rather than the secret itself. Every game we've done is leaked and went on to be a critical success, so maybe it's a good omen. You guys are still fighting over AI in the chat. Some of you guys. You guys are funny. All right, so on Larian's X account, I don't know, like a year ago or something, or 7 months ago, I guess it was, their X account changed to like @Divinity for a few hours, and people noticed that. So like everybody assumed that Larian was working on a Divinity game. So that's what this commenter is talking about. Did the paranoia start in retrospect? You probably accidentally leaked that you worked on Divinity via that stupid Twitter handle thing 7 months ago. There was a moment when we realized we didn't own the website domains, handles, and other things for our games. Unfortunate timing, but back then nothing was nothing as concrete as it sounds. We're almost done, everybody. I promise. Ooh. We have a gameplay question here. Of course, Nick's section is going to be the best because he's the designer for all this. There have been a lot of mixed opinions regarding the curse environmental effects. Personally, I thought they were fun to consider, but over time became a slog to play through. 100% agree. The oil field fight took ages to complete, for example. I like how they put that like it's a major spoiler or something. What's the internal opinion on this, and will we ever see their returns in your next game? It's cool to have alternative versions of elemental surfaces that change how you have to play around them. We maybe went too far last time with giving every surface a cursed and blessed variant. Few people immediately guessed the function of blessed oil, for example. The duration of combat encounters is also on our mind. Oilfield fight directly inspired the tech we showcased in BG3 that allows multiple simple enemies move and attack at the same time, cutting down the waiting by the player. We also tried to avoid monsters crawling around very slowly. I think he's talking about Swarm AI. All right, I'm actually happy to see this. It seems like Larian is well aware that some of the surface effect stuff was overdone. I mean, they showed in BG3 that they weren't going to keep doing it like that, but I'm happy that they talked about it. So my guess is Original Sin, or the next Divinity game, won't be as fire surface based as Original Sin 2. Yo, Mister, what's up, man? Thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that. You're gonna have to ask that on your own, my man. What happened to my music? There we go. I think I have to get a third monitor. This is just ridiculous. I click off the screen one time. Kirk, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Again. Shit, I'll just stay live all day if Kirk's around. I'm still going? Of course I'm still going. Kirk just keeps gifting 10 memberships. Can you post a link to the AMA? Yeah, sure, I'll do that for you right now. Hold on one second. Okay, posting now. There you go, brother. Kirk says I'm done with that. What do you mean, man? You only gifted 50 memberships today. How am I supposed to make a living? I'm a streamer. Trying to retire before 40. Yeah, each membership is a $5 donation. So, all right. We're almost done, everybody. Hang in there. You can't back out now when we're this close to the finish line. Yep, we have a new action economy and character progression system. Really excited to see what that is. Not keep the magic armor system from DOS 2. All right, here's a new question. What couldn't you do in BG3 DOS 2 that you'll be able to do in the upcoming Divinity? We figured out ways to burn things that we could never burn before. We'll still give you something to put out the fires, though. Does that mean we can burn down buildings? Yeah, I'm going to do a summary video. It's going to take a lot longer than I thought with all this. I thought I was going to be done after like 2 hours of this. I mean, granted, we've been yapping and talking a lot, but I'll have a summary video later today. Got to take a walk after this, though. All right, who else do we got left? We got Elena. Elena, if I remember correctly, was responsible for the Dragonborn designs in Baldur's Gate 3. It's a wonderful job. They were amazing. We know we're going to get a better character creator than Baldur's Gate 3, which is nice. Gerald, the concept art director. This might be about... Is this about Jason Schreier? Why did your CEO say there was pressure pushing hard and using Gen AI during his interview? So Jason Schreier put out an article that said... Sven is pushing hard for Gen AI or something like that. And Gerald says that he didn't say that, he was misquoted. I didn't read the full transcripts, but maybe I'll do that sometime. Hold on, let's go back. It's funny how the concept artist guy just, it's all AI questions for him. Not all, but no, we don't know what the header means yet, and Sven thinks he gave us the answer, but nobody still knows. I mean, we have an idea. There's like a picture of the monolith, but I don't get why that's like a big thing. I'm not catching the joke, you know? Just not smart. All right, the last Larian dev. The production guy, our programmer. Have you thought about accessibility? We already did that one. I like deep systems. Are there any recent game releases? I like deep systems. Okay, so it doesn't really matter. Well, Divinity 3, it's not technically not called that. Being early access, any hints on the second game you guys are making, we would certainly prefer to do another early access since that provides invaluable information from our players. It allows us to iterate and improve the game a lot. So I mean, I guess, I wonder why he's just not saying that we are doing an early access, because I think it's pretty confirmed at this point, but maybe not. So maybe it's 98% confirmed that we're going to have early access. You never know what happens in the future, right? All right. So this is what they found in the image of Sven's header on X. I don't even get how you find that. Or this is where you're supposed to look in the trailer. So I could bring up the trailer. I'm a little bit worried about getting age restricted though. I'm going to bring up the trailer in DaVinci. But it's not going to be high resolution. That's the problem. Let's see. F, Divinity, press kit. Does anybody know the timestamp where it's at? Sorry, I know it's silent right now. $228. Okay. Right during the lizard sex scene. We can bring up the high res. Well, this was actually 120. Wait, hold on. How does this work? Let's bring up the folder. This might be super loud. I'm warning you guys right now. This is higher res. You guys aren't going to be able to see it on my stream though, I don't think, but turn the volume down. It's already down. Actually, that's the first time I'm noticing that right there. I never noticed that skull before. Can sound get us age restricted or demonetized? I mean, yes, because if you swear too much, especially in the intro of a video, that would be sound and you could get demonetized or age restricted, but I never noticed that before. Brachus Rex. I mean, we already knew that like potentially demons were spilling out of his chaos. Brachus Rex Divinity. You guys see this image right here? Look at that right there on the shield. Skulls can mean a lot of things, though. And we see this on the torches in the trailer as well. You see like this exact looking skull right here. It's kind of interesting if Larian brings back Brachus Rex for the third time. Thought everyone had already noticed the skull. No, I didn't notice the skull, but like, I mean, I already saw signs of potentially having Brachus Rex, you know, return already in the trailer. So this isn't even like a huge reveal for me, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe I have to look at this actually in like 4K resolution on a bigger screen or something, and maybe it reveals something even more revealing. I love that part of the trailer. It's so good. Brachus Rex is a playable character. Yeah, so the torches that they're holding have what appears to be the symbol of, oh my god, I'm gonna go right on the lizard sex. Appear to have the symbols. If you zoom in right here, I think it's these torches. You can see the symbol of what appears to be Brachus Rex. So that was already discovered. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know where this is gonna lead us all. I will be perfectly fine if this game is about Brachus Rex, but I would prefer it to be about the Lord of Chaos, because that's like less discovered lore. You know, I mean, not necessarily. There's actually a lot that deals with chaos, like Damien, the League of the Damned, the Black Ring, but I would like it to be more centered on the Lord of Chaos, because we've already seen Brachus Rex in Original Sin 1 and 2 as he comes back. So I don't know what this means. I'm not sure. Yeah, it could just be a demon, and also, I mean, even if this is Brachus Rex, it could just be one part of the story. Maybe he's like, I don't know, in league with the Lord of Chaos or something like that, or it'd be kind of funny. I don't know if I want him to come back again, because he's came back for both games, but symbol of ball. Yeah, so there's a lot of symbols of what appears to be like 7 points in this trailer, and what the 7 likely represents is that there are technically 8, but there are 7 gods there's more than 7 gods in Divinity lore, but there's 7 gods that represent the races. You have the orcs, imps, elves, humans. Wizards aren't technically a race, but they have their own god. Dwarves. Imps? Did I say imps? And of course, I don't want to spoil too much if you guys haven't played Original Sin 2, but Original Sin 2 is heavily about those gods losing their power, likely, depending on whatever you did at the end, basically being silenced. And, you know, a big saying for this next Divinity game is that the gods are silent. So when you see like 7 points on different things, it could have something to do with the 7. You would think 7 would have like some more symbolic type meaning. Let's see, where is this guy? Also has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 points on his crown as well. We don't know who this guy is. We got a picture of his face. Like, there's theories out there that it could be Lucian the Divine himself, which I think is possible. Probable, I'm not sure. But if canon ending of if they go off of Ego Draconis, Lucian is around, and at the end of that game he is freed and fine. And if you go canon ending of Original Sin 2, Purge is likely sourced, and probably Lucian is fine, although in a weakened state. So it's like he'd probably still be around. This could be him. It could be. I mean, some of it fits, but I really don't know, though. They hold up 5 fingers, then 2? Interesting. He also might not be someone important. Yeah, absolutely. We don't really know. Could be some worshiper. He could be like a priest of something. Look at this. Look at the chest. But he clearly seems to be associated somewhat with the 7. But show the chest, Larian. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Once again, 7 points on the star. This is such a cool... And the graphics are so good in the CGI trailer. If this is Lucian, they have to make DOS 2 Purge source canon ending. Yeah, I think that's the theory anyways, though. Like, most people are thinking that that's the theory. Crown he's wearing is the same crown Alexander is wearing in DOS 2. You know what? I didn't even think about that. I think you're right. Maybe that's an indication. If we take a look, let's see. Let's see what races we can see. So Larian said if you look at the trailer, that's indicative of, you know, potential races that we'll be able to play as. Obviously, we see... So maybe a dwarf right there. I don't know. It could be a human. You have elves, of course. Do we see anything else here? Not really. There's so many little things that I haven't dove into yet. I haven't really done the deep dive on the trailer yet because I was trying to touch up on a bunch of my Divinity knowledge so I could really dissect it. But like even looking at like these coins, you could probably potentially decipher a few things. Dwarf, a child. Horses! Horses are a playable race. There's an elf right there in the background right here. The elves are like a little bit alien looking in this game. It looks like they might have toned them down a little bit to be a little bit more human, but they're still tall and lanky. Humans everywhere. Humans are easily manipulated. Where's our orc friend? Look at how cool this looks. I cannot wait to see what this is. I can't wait to see like the world map of Rivellon and where we actually go. The cool thing too, you guys have to keep in mind, so in Divinity, like I said, we have orcs, humans, elves, dwarves, imps. Shit. Undead is also a race too. I'm forgetting a couple. The point I'm trying to make is that Larian can also, especially considering that the lore of Rivellon isn't fully developed out or concrete yet as to what's canon and how everything works, Larian has a lot of opportunities, Lizards, thank you, has a lot of opportunities to just create new things too, and it might not necessarily pull away from the previously established lore. They have so many opportunities to just be creative because it's not like the Forgotten Realms where you have like all this cemented lore and history. There is a decent amount, but it's nothing like the Forgotten Realms. And this is their own IP, so. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if undead have to be masked in this game. I have no idea. So Original Sin 2, when you play as undead, if you play as Fane or whatever, like you have to have a mask over your face, otherwise people freak out. I'm not sure. I'd have to look into what the state of undead are in Ego Draconis. I'm not entirely sure. On the wiki though, you do learn that undead used to have like their own nation and everything, so they used to not be feared long ago in the history. So I'm not sure what Larian's going to do with them again. I wish orc is a playable race. I think it's going to be, because they showed one in here and then they commented something about it in the AMA. It's like, how can you, here's our orc buddy, how can you show us an orc and then not let us play as them? It's also interesting because this orc is like part of the orcs in this trailer are like part of this I don't know if I'd call this a civilized society, but they're hanging out with the humans and elves, which is not something common in Divinity lore. Pigs? Maybe we can play as pigs. Demons could be a playable race. That would be so cool. Maybe all these are just demons in disguise. Only humanoid would be playable. That's why orcs look like this. There are orcs in Original Sin 2. Are there? There's way more in Original Sin 1. Oh, but they're usually like the antagonistic force. Like they're fighting, again, they're not part of civilized society, so you don't interact with them in that way. Oh, look at, I didn't even notice the other orc. So this other orc that comes in right here looks way more orc than this guy does. I wonder if this is like a half orc. Look at this guy over here. That is awesome to see right there. That is an orc right there. Look at the hands. Look how big they are. Yeah, orcs make up 50% of the enemies in Original Sin 1. It's true. Everyone will be playing only demons? That's definitely not true. You'd be surprised at how many people are unwilling to play anything that deals with any evil at all. The stats are already there for most games. People are typically always playing as the more basic races, the more relatable races, and the more morally good races. But that, of course, you know, morally good, what does that actually mean? But I want to play as an imp too. I want an imp to be a companion. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else weird in here or not. One of the sex scenes, there's a weird creature. But I can't go. There's another elf right here. Look at that. What is that? Wait. Does that thing have antlers? It might just be like a head dressing or something like that. It might be an elf. You guys looking at what I'm looking at? Look at this creature in the back. Right there. Tall like an elf. It might just be, I don't know. That'd be crazy if that was like a new race or something. We got a lizard right here, it looks like. A lizard right there. A lizard right there. It's probably just a headpiece. You see the antlers though, and you're like, whoa. It'd be cool if we had a race with antlers. It looks like the symbols on these occultists or whatever they are on their chess pieces. It looks like it's referencing the Hellstone. But I don't know if that would even make sense. Because it seems like everybody's freaked out from the Hellstone. Alright, now we're getting into the not safe for viewership type content. What a cool object though. The Hellstone. That is very intimidating, dark. Look at the horse. That is crazy. Just disgusting. Question is it a portal or not? I would say yes to that, but what a nice touch to the ending of the trailer too, to have such a disgusting scene with the carnival music playing or the village celebration music playing. Pretty sure they're all just magisters. They could be white magisters. White magisters are the leaders of the magisters. It'll be interesting to see what happens though, because if they're magisters, they would be fighting for the Divine Order technically, which is ran by Lucian, who is like the avatar, not the avatar, but like the, yeah, I guess you could say avatar of all 7 gods combined. So it'd be interesting to see if they're still fighting for Lucian or what happens with that. And why, if it's actually Lucian, but it might not be Lucian. Yeah, I'm playing as a pig. That pig race confirmed. What's up, Vargan? Yeah, 5 fingers, then 2. You would think it has something to do with the 7, right, Vargan? What hidden meaning is behind that, I'm not sure. Didn't Lucian die? I think it depends on what ending you go with, but in Original Sin 2, the most theorized canon ending, Lucian wouldn't die. You would purge the source and Lucian would live on. And then in Ego Draconis, depending on whether WolfheartFPS, in Ego Draconis, the game that takes place after Original Sin 2, which is closest to the next game in the timeline, Lucian, I think the canon, I don't know if there's even an alternate ending. Lucian escapes at the end. He's imprisoned in a different plane of existence by his adopted son, Damien the Damned. But ultimately, you, the player, as a Dragon Knight, you end up basically saving him and he's freed. So the most recent lore appears as if Lucian's still alive. I don't know, maybe it is Lucian. Monolith is called the Hellstone. Yes, it is, which makes you think of the Lord of Chaos, right? I don't know where this wallpaper is from. I just grab images off of Google when I think they look cool. Sven said, think out of the box, and that spectrogram sounds voidy, sounds cosmic. You know, it could be. It could be. New divinity will be in the void or the cosmos. You know, it's possible. Yeah, the Hellstone has 7 points too, but they are, yeah, it seems like it's flipped upside down, so I don't know if that's like a statement of the 7 gods or what. Portal to Nemesis, you're thinking? So those of you guys that don't know, Nemesis is another plane of existence in Rivellon lore. It was home to the Renari race. I actually hope that Larian does something with the Renari. Like, that'd be an interesting way to bring out an interesting race that they didn't really get to showcase too much in the original Divinity games. It'd be cool if Renari was like a playable race. It'd be interesting to see what they do for their designs. Could also have Eternals in the game too. Like, depending on the canon ending, like maybe Eternals are somehow part of the story. Seven to 7 doesn't matter if it's flipped. It's true, but the flipping might, the way that it's flipped might be a signal that something is not supported anymore. So if you have like the way that it's flipped, it can give an image of a feeling of it being something negative, I guess you could say, but maybe not. But yeah, Nemesis is another plane of existence. I don't know where it would be currently in the lore, but demons from Tartarus, which is the plane of existence, basically our equivalent of hell, basically took it over. Heard one person say there were 8 points on the Hellstone. Divinity. I mean, technically there were 8 of the creation gods, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you know what? Actually, thanks for bringing that up, because what this makes me think of immediately is, yes, there are 8 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What this makes me think of immediately, the 8th one is on top. The 7 are down below. And the 8th god in the lore that's not mentioned that much, because this god was basically cast into a different plane of existence, hell. Maybe it symbolizes that chaos is basically, yeah, dominating or has taken over command of the other 7 gods, whatever happened, whatever officially happens to them, I'm not sure. So, good observation. Pretty cool. God, I hope this is centered around chaos. I'm good for Brachus Rex, I'm good for the Void and everything, but I really want chaos in Damien and stuff like that. Yeah, if any of you guys have any like things you've noticed in the trailer or anything, the link to my Discord server is in the stream description. I have an entire category dedicated just to Divinity, as well as a Divinity trailer detail section. So if you find anything, you can put it in there, take pictures and point it out. And before I make like a deep dive video, I should have done this a long time ago. I'll definitely go in there and like analyze everything that everybody said. They might have teamed up. It's possible. It doesn't look like it though, right? Seems like one of them's trying to be a little bit more dominating. Hope there'll be an alien race to play as in Divinity. Yeah, they could do anything with space, right? If Jahan is in, his dialogue will account for half of all voice acting. Great voice actor, right? Does anybody know what other games Jahan has been in? Voice acting? I don't know who the actor is. Twitch chat, thank you guys for hanging out. Sorry that I ignored you guys a little bit. When I'm gaming, I have a lot easier time tending to both chats. But today was all about flipping through the Reddit AMA, so I look over and I forget to do things. But I can see you guys here. I see Bella, I see Dragon. I see Hannah. Hannah Montana. Are you the real Hannah Montana? I noticed the lizard-loving woman was already shown with a lizard before the action. Yeah, I guess we'll find out. Mater. You know, even if the gods officially died at the end of DOS 2, there's always ways for them to come back, etc. Like, this is in the future from then, so Larian can do anything they want with the lore. I am going to ask the question about Ego Draconis and how canon it is to this game. I'm going to ask it on Twitter and tag Larian, and I'm going to keep asking that until I get a damn answer. Because we need to know, because that will actually clarify a lot, like if Lucian's alive, or maybe they give like an answer that doesn't really tell us much, though. They're just like, yeah, some of it's canon. Then it's like, okay, well, now we don't know, but trying to sacrifice Lucian, it's a possibility for sure. God King is prevented from taking over, not defeated. I think there's definitely an option to defeat the God King too, but I don't know what that defeat means, so maybe not killed. So yeah, I don't know what the God King would be doing right now. I know with Fane, I read about this. I'm playing as Fane right now, my original Sin 2 run. With Fane, you can actually, there's a special ending with him. I know you can save the Eternals, which is one of the OG races, Fane's race. The Eternals that were cast out into the void, and then you can also do something with the God King. You might be able to defeat the God King, or perhaps let the God King take over, I think are the options. Fane better be in this game. I would love, they better give him a beard too. What's up, Sesame? Now the AMA is over. That's it. We just been talking about the trailer. Fane Main with a fan in his group is some of the coolest dialogues. Yeah, 2 of my favorite characters. Yeah, it's interesting to see how like the occultists in this seem like they are like very surprised by what happened too. I mean, they might be, this whole ritual might be doing what they expected. Maybe they just didn't expect it in such a gruesome, crazy manner that it even scared them. Kind of a cool detail out of Larian if that's the case. Like have even the supporters of this ritual be frightened and fearful. I think it's a cool idea. Do 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 do. Like, what do these 3 mean? Like, why do we have 3? Not sure. Jihan and Fane have to be in the game? Yeah, you would think so, right? And they'll probably bring back, you know, a bunch of wizards and stuff in the lore, like Zandalore, Arhu, depending on what their canon endings are. I really hope that this next game explores some of the lore with the Dragon Knights a little bit. So you guys know Slain in Original Sin 2 is, I encountered him a couple sessions ago, actually. He's in Act 1. Slain is a Dragon Knight. And Dragon Knights are basically, you play as a Dragon Knight in Ego Draconis too. Dragon Knights are basically, I don't know what the concrete lore is, but dragons in Divinity lore are like this creation race. They're like gods of their own. They're able to create things. And they basically appointed a bunch of, they appointed, I guess, humanoids? I don't know. They appointed people that they felt worthy to become dragon knights and basically represent the dragons. Well, the dragons are on the surface world too, but be able to, like, I guess, mediate between the races for the dragons. So dragon knights are a really cool idea. It'd be really cool if we could play as one again, but I'm not sure if they'll do that, because sometimes Dragon Knights have the ability to turn into dragons like you can in Ego Draconis, but... Yep, skull heads on all the altars. That looks like Brachus Rex right there too, doesn't it? Maybe that is Brachus Rex. Brachus Rex is the one being burned. He's back in human form. He's been living a good life. He has a family, 2 kids, and... Yeah, the champions of dragons, chosen by the dragons themselves. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I think I was watching a Mortismal video in the past, and he was talking about how the Red Dragon lore is like messed up or something because it's different from the original Divinity games. So I don't know what they're going to end up doing on that. I think the crowd expected something else. That's why the 7 signs, but in the end, the party got crashed and there was an 8th. response. Middle one is an effigy. Maybe they're burning Lucian, since Lucian did those atrocities. Yeah, I like how Larian's lore, like the gods are all like very morally gray. Lucian has done some good things, but is also very evil in some ways too. But like from outsider looking in perspective, you would think of Lucian as this divine paladin like god. Three Wickers represents the lady, the knight, and the mage. That was so the Lady of the Knight and the Mage was the first Divinity game that Larian was going to make, and it got canceled for whatever reason. I can't remember the exact story, but you played as Lucian once, so you played Divine Divinity. So Divine Divinity, what Larian's oldest Divinity game, you actually play as Lucian. The entire game is about playing as Lucian and how he became the divine. So it's actually pretty important in the lore, and I'm going to be playing it on the channel one of these days after we finish up this, and then probably Ego Draconis. Dallas, Alexander, and Lucian. I don't think that would make sense, but it's possible, I guess. But because Dallas is actually, spoiler alert, Dallas is actually an Eternal and Fane's daughter. And I don't think Alexander's that important, but could be wrong. Okay, you guys have a great day. Really appreciate you guys hanging out. It was fun doing a stream for this rather than just doing all this offline. Granted, I could have gotten a video out much sooner if I didn't live stream, but it was fun discussing all this stuff and talking about it live. And yeah, if you guys, I mean, I'm obviously very optimistic for this next game. I have a lot of trust in Larian. They've been a really good studio. Personally, I'm satisfied with the responses about AI. I think their stance right now is like, actually, if I could have thought of like the perfect stance for them to take after all the controversy, this is probably it. They're stepping away from using it at all, even for moot boards for Gen AI, so there's no question whether or not they're using it, but they're still using certain AI systems that most studios, if not all studios, are using that benefit other areas of the game, but they have said publicly that they're not ever going to pull assets from outside of their own company's creations. So you're never going to see anything in the game that was generated from something that somebody else did on Google or something like that. But everything else they said about AI, it's just common sense that studios are going to explore AI. And not to mention all these game engines, every developer that's making a game, they're using it in some way, shape, or form. So when a studio says, we're not using AI, just roll your eyes and don't fucking listen to them. They have it somewhere in their engine, somewhere in their process. The real question is the nuanced debate. Are you using Gen AI, and how are you using Gen AI? That I think is a worthy discussion to have. And actually AI in general is a worthy discussion as well, but we gotta wake up to reality in some way, shape, or form. Like, you can't stop certain AI systems. It's just not going to happen. But really happy with Larian's response to that. And yeah, we'll go from there. I'm going to go check X and Twitter and see how everybody's receiving the information. Very curious to see. My initial feelings is that people are going to be happy. Overall, going to be fairly happy with Larian's AI response, because I think the majority of criticism came down to that concept art. It was very specific, understandably so, even though I think there's a lot of stupid people that are involved in the debate too. So I'm very interested to see if Larian's still going to be, have a hate mob after them. I'm sure some people will always be like that. There's some people out there that speculated that some of the people hating on Larian are actually like industry plants from AAA studios that are trying to bring down Larian, because Larian has spoken publicly against a lot of, greedy consumer studios. It's a conspiracy theory, but it's possible. So yeah, you guys have a great day. Appreciate you guys hanging out, and I'll do a summary video. It'll be out later tonight. It's going to take longer than I thought. So maybe like 6, 7 o'clock tonight, 5 o'clock. I'll have a recap going over everything in a nice, organized, chapter marker way, and we'll go from there. Yeah, I'm not going to give any validity to that, but it's kind of funny to think about. And you guys can say goodbye to Fane. My thumbnail guy just made my thumbnail. I'm going to show it to you guys. Oh, no, he didn't make it. Shit. Never mind. All right, I'll talk to you guys. Oh, he did make it. The thumbnail for today's video. All right, I'll catch y'all later. Peace. See you, Twitch chat. Some people will write off games for AI use without researching it first. Yes, and there's going to be a ton of people that will continue to play games without knowing that AI was used. And there's nothing you can do about it. See ya, Queen Tiamat. Hey, Kirk, if you're still here. I don't know if Kirk's still here, but thank you so much for all of the gifted memberships today. We got 50 new members on the YouTube channel, so you guys enjoy your little green name and the emojis that come with it that nobody uses anyways. See ya, Nick. Thanks for participating in the conversation. Always appreciate your input. Wonder if these hellstones will be something we encounter often in the game. Not sure. Yeah, like maybe we're closing hellstones or something, kind of like Oblivion portals. Interesting idea. See ya, Sesame. See ya, Doc. Where can you watch the AMA? It's only on Reddit, Maxwell. So if you want to watch me go through every single question over the course of 4+ hours, you can just pull back the stream. But other than that, you can't watch it. It's a Reddit AMA. But I am going to be working on a video that'll summarize everything, and it'll be out in a few hours.